Hello. Hello, architects and faithful followers to the stream. We are continuing. We're continuing. Archmage Jean. Alright, level 94. And last we left off, we left off at Iron Keep, I believe. First thing we're going to do is get the. We're gonna get the key, the iron key from. Oh, beautiful. Only one guy here, right? Yeah. Speaking of DS2 original. Oofus, that does like no damage to her. Alright, well, as long as she doesn't roll. Hey, Adamant! Welcome! As long as she doesn't roll, it's fine. Woo! I think she rolled. I think she got staggered there. There we go. What's up, Adamant? I'm doing pretty great. We just started here. Thank you for coming. We're gonna start by getting ourselves that item right there. Oh, what? Adamant, no! That was being terminated in October. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear that, Adamant. You have any jobs lined up? Or any, like, ideas for new jobs? This is from around the corner, right? Nope. They're... Man, so sorry to hear that. Ugh, that must have been so hard to hear. Oh, nice. Before the babies do. Oh my goodness. Oh, Adamant, it's so rough. Oh, need to definitely be praying about that. Light him. Is it what do you think? You think it's going to be easy to find, like, maybe another job in the same industry that you were in? Maybe you can line something up so that, like, as soon as you get terminated, you can have something lined up so you can go right to it to work. Man. Is that here? My audio over here. That's right. Oh, right, armor gas is coming now. Hang on. Yeah. Oh. trying to move out of state before that anyway. So if plan A goes off as planned, actually will not end up mattering. Okay, well that's good. So you do have something lined up then. But yeah, entire resistance shutting down for 8 to 9 months, pretty much. Really, 8 to 9 months. Usually, they stay out of business for good. Nice. Okay. And it costs 10k more than my subordinate, so they're keeping him. Ah, I see. Right. Okay, well it's good that you know had planned to kind of move anyway, so might not have mattered. But yeah, that's a huge blow. That's regardless. If you do have something lined up, then it seems. But he advocated for me. I've been there for 10 years. Oh, that makes it even worse. Well, that's good that he did that. You've been there for 1? Oh man. Letting go of the veteran, eh? It's interesting. It's surprising. I guess maybe they also figured? Like from age 21 to age 31, my entire adult life so far. Yep. Yeah, like I've only ever worked one job my entire adult life, so like I can like roughly imagine what that would be like, what a blow that would be. Oh man. Well, I'm glad you're gonna be doing okay because you have Plan A, right? Wow. Rare that you would get rid of remove the veteran. I feel like. Oh, well, if it weren't for the fact that I was trying to dip out anyway, it would probably hit me harder. It's true. True, it probably would. Hit me pretty hard. For sure. Okay. We got that. Over there to get that key. So it was the iron key, yeah. No, well, your work is mission based too. It's true. Like, mine was just a paycheck. It's true. I kind of like, you know, set myself up to kind of work where I work regardless, you know, what happens, and stick to it, right? And do what I had to do to get the job done, kind of thing. And I'm not saying that doing a job just for a paycheck necessarily is a bad thing. I'm not saying that, but yeah, I mean you have a wife and a child and a child to take care of, right? So, this is the key I want. Well, hopefully, God will use this this time to sanctify you. Well, I mean, I know that He will. There's no hoping needed. Hello, Eridan. You got me. I am a dork, so. But yeah, I meant, I know that God will use that moment to. I'm not trying to start your stream on a bum note. I'm doing fine. Oh, I appreciate that, Adam. I just, I appreciate you being so candid with me, and like, you know, thinking that you can share that kind of information so readily. You know, I could suicide run the key I need. So maybe we can just do this. Boom. So it's the volley of 3. So normally what you do is you run in here and you grab the item over there. That's the key we need. But these salamanders are usually very annoying enemies that I don't really bother killing most times. They do a lot of damage. Alright. Get out of there and roll over here. Okay, he's going right to his spawn point. Inox. binoculars. Nope. Wait. Oh, with that have further ranges, maybe? How far away are you? You hit your backside. Nope. Oh, forgot I could do that. Okay. And there we go. That's Salamander. And here we have the Rebel's Great Shield and the Heavy Iron Key. The Heavy Iron Key is the key we need to get into the DLC area. Oh. And the Rebel, but the Rebel Great Shield, is that, yeah, the Shield of Rain. We don't want the resistances. Alright, so we have the key to the Old Iron King DLC, which means we can go there once we defeat the to defeat the Old Iron King, which is the boss of Iron Keep. Okay. See if we can level up or spend some of these souls. Alright, what I want to do is actually level some vigor. I know I was going all like attunement and intelligence, because you know that's what we're mainly going for. But I am gonna need some vigor, not, you know, I don't necessarily need it because I could just use the ladder Gilligan to like make the ladder for me. I was thinking about how I'm gonna get down into the pit, because usually you just drop down. There is a way where you can just use a ladder. Then that costs souls. Maybe we'll do that right now. And this is why, you know, despite what people say, this game is actually very non-linear. There's a lot of, if you want to do a particular build, it requires a lot of zigzagging, like going to different places, because there's parts for the build are kind of all over. And God Fuzz, welcome. We shall proceed through the barren wastes of the earthen peak. What that man did not realize was I am a man of many talents, a man of many arcane abilities. How are you, Fuzz? I am pleased to see you are more aware on Twitter and Twitch. Streamed recently. Pastor Dustin is now doing a 24-hour stream. Have you been? Along, friend. I'm good, and how are you? I am fantastic. It is a wonder that one can be so fantastic. Now, where is the man I'm looking for? Yes, I believe it's actually right here. Oh, that was Christopher Lee voice? That's basically my narrator voice. It's like a combination of just deep and British. Get this open. How do I get this thing open now? Go up to the outside? I appreciate that, Aridin. Somehow British comes out of Canadian. You bowman. Yep. Buzz, so I saw your comment. You know what? I think it wasn't sure if I think it was on your Discord, or not your Discord, but Discord. And you know, I would like, you were asking about whether you should continue streaming or whether you should just support the other streamers. I'm like, I don't know. I think that you offer a very unique perspective. Also, I didn't know how like, gung-ho you were on like becoming MLG. I saw you. I was like hanging out in Regen's chat last night, and also you. Oh. But good on you, man. That's the thing. Is like it's hard to say like whether you should stream. I think you should stream because I think that you're a good streamer. And it would be great to have more Christians like who are skilled esports people. You know. Yeah. There we go. We're full health. I feel ya. Yeah, I think that they should, I'm always as happy when Christians get into any positions that any sort of jobs, because we need more Christians everywhere, I believe. Oh! This guy's to the right of me. Alright. So I gotta figure out. I don't remember how to get over there. Like, the door is locked right now. This is another case of Wait, what was it? It's Duke's Dear Freya place, Brightstone Seldora. Like I never go anywhere. I never go to get Gilligan because I never need him for anything. Because Gilligan's his main purpose is to make ladders for you, but I never need to use the ladders because I just drop down the pit. But now that I have no, no vigor, I can either level vigor or I can get ladders. Fuzz. Now we're doing another area that I don't remember the layout of, because I just never go here. The death drama is almost as good as the gnomes in WoW. I haven't seen the gnomes in WoW's death. Airden, can you confirm? The animation and noises in WoW are hilarious. All right, interesting. Hey, Rafe. How you doing? Hope things are well with you. Pastor Dustin's getting all the attention today because he's doing his 24-hour stream. So, after we're done for the night, probably gonna raid him. You're in it? Yeah. Probably gonna give him a raid after I'm done for the night, because he'll still be streaming. He'll be streaming until noon tomorrow. I've been all day. Yeah, I tried to be. I've been lurking in his chat all day as well. They're kind of like the worst enemies in the game because they're so agile. Yeah. Dagger you very easily. Whoops. Oh, got him. Good stuff, yeah. Go and support. It's not it's not very common to have 24-hour streams and stuff. Yeah, he had a whole schedule lined up, so he's doing his cooking stream right now. Oh. Yeah, I don't remember where any of these places go. Oh gosh! That. making a good Texas dish. Tacos? I guess tacos are a Texas dish? Forgot that was a trap. Here's Lockstone. Oh! A Grave Warden. Crud. Oh, I shot over him. Tex-Mex or whatever it's called. Really? What's called? Ah, I forgot you were even there. Going through these parts of these areas that I never go to is like playing Dark Souls for the first time. Where did the mannequin? Where's the mannequin gone? Yeah, I'm just so happy I placed above a guy who was on an amateur Valorant team in AIM Lab. Then I put more of a gap between him and I. Yeah, I saw your test runs and stuff, like your AIM Lab stats. You were really good. I mean, that's really exciting that you've gotten to be as good as that. And dude, you're a really talented guy. So not only are you well versed in theology, and you're pretty skilled like aimer in Valorant and other FPSs. I didn't know you also did martial arts. Man, you got like talented people. Taught and trained for 6 years. 6 years. Man. Good stuff. Drink. I probably only have an intro episode done. I have no others. Well, you gotta start somewhere, right? You have to get into just start with the intro episode and then start having a schedule, right? When I was on a show, oh my gosh, oh! When I was on a show called Christ and Consoles, we just started doing it. The first episode was about like what's the show about? Why are we doing it? And here we go. I think this is where I have to go now. And then we just had a schedule, right? That we did like an episode once a week for like 26 episodes, and then that was kind of like the end of that. But I've been having second thoughts. Oh, really? Have you? Oh, no. How come? Reminds me of when I did the CFTP podcast. Let me look at what Aaron's got here. What's this?
Forth.
Mr. Lee, there's a skeleton behind you.
Forth.
Mr. Lee, look out. There's a skeleton behind you.
Mr. Lee, look out. There's a skeleton behind you. That's funny. It works for Dark. It really does work for Dark Souls, yeah. Isn't this where he's supposed to be, Gilligan? I'll definitely die if I fall here, right? Really. Off for message. There's actually a skeleton in this zone. People made a meme out of him because he's like a skeleton. He's up on the wall, against the wall, and he's kind of like resting on it. And so people just started making memes where it's like Don't give up, Skeleton. Listen closely, Skeleton. Rafe says, I want to make content unique enough to be worth listeners' time. It's hard. It's true. It is hard. You have to kind of just, I found what it is, you just have to kind of talk about what is, you know, worth people's time, like, according, by your own estimation, but also just what you're passionate about, right? I think that if you're passionate about something, that natural passion will show in your work, and you know, that content will be unique enough. You know, it's kind of like I've explained to people before. You know, you are your own personal brand. I think it was JQ. JQ was joking last night in Regen's chat that his brand is that he's the guy who doesn't own the PC, own a PC. It's kind of tongue-in-cheek kind of way of just being like, yep, even if something's stupid, it's still kind of your brand, right? Because everyone has their own personal brand, even, right? What are you known for? You know, when someone thinks of blank, they think of, oh, I know a guy who thinks like that, or you know, is good at this, or you know, whatever. And so that's how brands work. And so you want to make a name for yourself, not to get popular, not necessarily to get like to be rich and famous or whatever, but like everyone has a brand. Like Fuzz has a brand of his own too, right? He's known as the Valorant / FPS guy. He also is known for his theological interactions on Twitch, right? And so you know what to expect from his brand, you know. The point is, when you're dealing with certain topics, there is going to be a similarity and overlap with other podcasters in your category. So why should they listen to me? So it makes me wonder if it's worth doing. Well, I can't say if it is or not. I think there's a number of people I listen to talk about the same subject. So you know, when it comes to like my cultural streams and my study streams, I do, you know, I listen to like a dozen people that all are talking about the same thing, but they all will bring their own permutations and their own subtle changes to or thoughts to the subject. And listening to all of them, listen to like the whole collection of their work, you can get a closer, you know, a more finer understanding of things. So, for example, today, I listened to, what's his name? Oh, come on. ND Wilson. ND Wilson talk about, you know, the BLM, stuff like that. And because he's a writer and like a storyteller by trade, he had sort of this like take on it that was really interesting, because he was saying, like, you know, God is writing a narrative with the events of history and current events going on right now. Like, he's writing a story, and the characters that are involved in the story are all of us, and all of the ups and downs, and like the hypocrisy and all of the, you know, all those things are elements of the story. And you know, good characters in a story like that you and I would write are characters that they don't start at the end of their journey. They start at the beginning, and then you travel along with them through the story to reach the conclusion, right? And the hero's journey is, in a rough way, the story that God writes with his people, as well as with the elements that make up the world and the choices that people make in his creation, right? So that's an example, right? He was using that as the branch off point to talk about BLM and all of that, right? So, you know, like I said, I can't say for sure whether, you know, you have a take that you think would be really interesting or not, but I know that I listen to like tons of different people that have different takes on the same subject. And yeah. Oh, okay, so he just shows up over here then. Once you beat Mitha. Hello, Vector. Vector X. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I'm assuming the whole community is in Pastor... Right, I get it. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry I can't be a more like direct help, Rafe. I know it's hard to when like you're looking for, you know, guidance and stuff, and it's hard to.
You want to go down? Fine. You need, but you.
12,000. It's up the ladder there.
Well, real. I get.
But hopefully I can give you some ideas.
Hey. Well. You just.
Doing well. I've been crazy busy, but it's the weekend, so good to have a little break. Yeah, that's right.
Hey.
Hasn't been too bad.
There.
This week for me, but
Hey.
I'm glad that you're
Cheers for that.
getting a break. We all need one. Okay, so I have all the ladders now. That's the useless one. I'm not sure why I even paid for that one. Actually, well, you know, it drops down to that one, so I guess it could help me survive. Yay! What's that? What is that emote? Dr. Heals. Ah. Wait a minute. Can I go here yet? What am I here for again? Ladder. I got the ladder because I wanted to go to... Oh, right. Yeah. I wanted to spend... That's Tilstruth. I know the lion. I'm really starting to get a handle on the Christian streamer / reform streamer community. Oop. Oh. Don't know that one. Retro rewind. You guys are gonna show me all your emotes. Yeah, it tests me on whether I know them or not. Okay, so we came here because we wanted to spend souls. We did because we bought ladders. We can now go back down there without having to level our HP. Because we can now go to Iron Keep. That's Pastor Dustin's like dumpster fire emote. Excuse me. Yeah. So I need to get some more emotes going for their bits. I'm trying to think of what I should do. What do you guys think I should do for new emotes? I think I'm going to do No Despair. People seem to like the idea of the No Despair emote. And then maybe like I need two more other ones. Like, what are some emotes that you guys think the Christian streamer community needs? Any ideas? Like the Mifuki Sweaty one was like requested very much of me, so I did that one. Same thing with the Mind Blown. Are you wanting Christian things or just anything? Anything, whatever. Like what emotions and emotes and stuff you think have been that you've been wanting to express. Jeff Durbin one with some kind of some emotion of a kind. I like it. Ouch. Ouches. Okay, that's a good idea. Brainstorming, yeah. It's like Fuzz got the Heresy Patrick down good, and I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what inside jokes or other kinds of like emotes the community might want. I wish emotes were bigger so we could have a by what standard. Yeah, that's what I would totally do. I thought about doing it by what standard, but yeah, it's too big, too many words. Ugh! Gonna jump. No, if I jump this, then ouch. Ugh! Grant, thought I would move a little more to the right. How about an emote of the straw man that Dr. White has? Ooh. Ooh, Rafe. That's not quite what that emote is supposed to be used for. Right, yeah, that's a good idea, Rafe. I like that. That makes a lot of sense to me. I like that it's vague enough that it can be applied to all kinds of uses. It's vague enough that it can be applied to like actual straw manning, but also it can be applied to. Darn it! It fell the same way. I need a Canadian one for you. That's true. So it's something related about a boot. The amount, like, it's such a meme at this point. Like, when all you guys first met me, you all asked me about if I was Canadian because I say a boot. It's gotta be one of them, surely. It's about Jesus. It's a boot Jesus, yeah. I misread it. Up. Yes. Hit it. Yes. Wait. Now what? Oh, you can fall there, eh? Clever girl. This area is kind of like talked very badly about, but really it's not that bad of an area. It's just a lot of dudes, you know? And whoops. That's alright. Progress has been made. If you take through this area slow, it's not a big deal. People complain about this area because there's a lot of dudes here, and I understand why you complain about that if you were just running through it all, like I am. But if you take it, not a big deal. Falls in fire. Actually, it's lava. Black steel katana, nice. That's one of his drops. One of his rare drops. I don't have an American accent. Can't do a fake American accent. My accent is mostly an American accent to me, but I can tell. Okay, okay though, because we'll just don't. There we go. Over here, like this. Head down here. Open this door. I didn't know there was a guy right there. Up. Oh, that's the wrong button. Can you say garage? Garage. We expect me to say garage, or I guess you can't really. It's hard to say over text. garage. I don't know. Garage. Garage? Away from Australia says it like. Well, you can. Well, what about how you say house or roof? You weirdo. You weirdo Americanos. Ugh! Don't shoot me. Forlorn. Ugh, not again. Well, joke's on you, Forlorn. Not gonna get a fight out of me. That's 3 Forlorn invasions in one playthrough. That's way more than usual. Lava bad. Stop walking toward lava. I've been watching. Can you explain Big Eva to me? So Big Eva is basically his sort of like tongue-in-cheek way of like talking about like the establishment evangelicals, like, you know, ERLC and 9 Marks and Gospel Coalition are kind of like the known big names in evangelicalism. So that's kind of what he refers to when he refers to Big Eva. Oofus! What the? Forlorn again! Get out of here! What the heck? That's weird. You know, because a lot of the Big Eva people, Vec, are people who tend to be concerned about like their position politically and stuff. Garage, I don't know. Garage. Away from Australia says it like. Well, you can. Well, what about how you say house or roof? You weirdo. Hmm? You weirdo Americanos. Ugh. That's right. Don't shoot me. Forlorn. Garage. Fuzz, I appreciate you cutting that clip just before I fell in the lava again. That was great. Because I know, and you know what happened, but people who watch that clip will not know. But yeah, so Vec. Clips that end too soon. Because I was like, oh, here it comes. Oh, no. Fuzz showed some mercy. But yeah, so Vec, so basically, yeah, there are just certain people in the, there were all these groups bad. I watched the bystander. Ah! So I understand that the thing happened with the SBC and that TGC was part of that. Yeah, so it's not like something that people wanted to really talk about and really admit to themselves or anything, because, you know, we don't want to just obviously just talk about people without any evidence, right? But okay, well, I guess we're gonna go. But it does seem like a lot of people in those, like, specifically the people who were big shots in nice. In regards to people like Russell Moore, and people like Beth Moore and people who in the higher ups in those communities, in those organizations, seem to be really focused on just being really cozying up to really leftist leaning people, and but Marxism, as we've established over the series, the course of many Saturday streams, that Marxism is a pretty untenable position for the Christian. So I wouldn't say that all the people, so are all groups bad. I mean, always be charitable about anything, about those kinds of things, but it seems like the more time goes on, the more these groups don't seem to really care that much about being conservative Orthodox Christians, right? And they're talking about things as if they were not a Christian organization that was primarily concerned with Christian matters. And we can take a look at specific examples, you know, of that. I have a conflicting situation regarding going to and joining an SBC church, which happens to be the best option in my area. Talked to Jahani about it yesterday, and I want to talk to you about it sometime. So many people in leadership are going woke. Yeah, that's part of the problem with ERLC and all that. And frankly, liberal in the area of racial justice. We do not allow Scripture to be their guiding principle in their position. They allow politics and expediency, right? Like whatever's more politically expedient, rather than what is true from Scripture. That's the problem. But, you know, I would say that. Oh, excuse me. And generally speaking, I was not talking about that SBC church. I will check out. Right. Did not see you there. Are there any groups that are solid anymore? So the solid groups, like yeah, Reformed Baptists are pretty solid. I found. ECA, pretty solid. I agree with Rafe on that. But a lot of the other, like, I honestly think that the SBC will probably split. If things keep going as they have been going, we'll probably see a split in the SBC, unfortunately. I thought TGC was a reform group. TGC, I don't know if they were reformed or not. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, it's just, I think it's an unfortunate inevitability if things are going as they continue. Like the number of churches in the SBC or like who were of the SBC, they were already gonna said they're gonna part ways and stuff, right? Mixed denomination reformed or not? A lot of it has to do with the emphasis of like the Reformation focus of things. Rafe, maybe you can help me out here. But my understanding of it has a focus on parts of the Reformation, you know, Calvinism and a lot of the things that Luther argued for. Doctrines of grace, the sola is right. Thank you. The primacy of Scripture, right? Which you might say, you know, isn't that what every denomination does? But there's a distinction in what level. See, Adam would say Association of Reformed Baptist Churches of America. Is that the one? I'm not sure. It's like I've never actually really attended a Reformed church myself. It's just something that I've noticed in the last couple of years. That, like, whenever I have an issue and I go and like figure out what the solution is to the problem, I'm like, oh, this guy makes a lot of sense, and you know, and I find out that he's either a Presbyterian or a Reformed guy, right? This is on the sovereignty and kingship of God. And then Adam says, isn't that all Protestantism? So there definitely is overlap, but it's just a matter of like emphasis. So for example, in Reformed Church, you would learn about you would learn a lot more about like the documents that are not biblical. They're not from the Bible, but they're like confessions of faith and catechisms and all that kind of thing. Warlord again? What the heck? Where is he? Yes, ARBCA. Very good. Oof. Don't guard. Spells. Alright, let's go for it. Yeah, here we go. Oh, I couldn't get through because the Forlorn blocks the way. I know that's how that works. When Forlorn invades, he creates a fog gate there. You can't get through. Oh, okay. I'm interested in a solid place to find biblically solid teachers. All of this critical race and the intersectionality stuff is completely new to me. It's a whole, like, yeah, if you haven't been following it, it's like a whole thing. I've been following for about a year or year and a half. So for anyone new to it, it's like, this is like crazy time, right? Like, Rick says, Vector says, unfortunately Chandler was pretty pivotal in my spiritual life. Now I feel like he's compromised. Oh, Vec, I'm so sorry to hear that. I know, because to think that, like, Chandler, because, like, Chandler was a good guy, like, 5 years ago. But then to have him say, like, be at that conference and say, like, you know, if I'm gonna hire somebody for the church, I would rather hire, what do you say? I would rather hire an African-American 7, like, in terms of, like, ranking, right? He was like, if there was some kind of, like, ranking system for people, I would rather hire an African-American 7 than a white, an Anglo, as he said, an Anglo 8. So he'd rather have someone who's less qualified, but if they had the right skin color, then he'd hire them instead. And then he further went on and said, he hypothetically asked himself, what about if there was an African American 6? And he would say, and then he said, I'll take the Anglo 8. Because you don't want to be too obvious with your partiality, right? You want to make it just subtle enough so, like, people don't notice that you're being partial and being unfair. Which was such a awful thing to say. I only knew IFB doctrine until I started attending the village. Really, Vec? Oh wow. Did you used to be like an IFB guy? Like, you used to like attend an IFB church and all that, right? Oh wow. If that's the case, that's a big shift. To go from been at a church recently. That's good. The big shift to go from like IFB to raised in an IFB church. Really, Vec? It's so interesting. Wow. Yeah, that's a big shift to go from like that to like Pastor Tanner and like, you know, the way I see things, and because, you know, IFB churches are very, you know, they're, you know, King James only, and they're, I doubt the 12 disciples were a representational group. 13th Division 2004. Okay, so you've been on the, you know, track for a while there. By church, for a good church. Well, thank you, Vec. Thank you, Rafe. I appreciate that. What do you mean by that exactly, Adamant? They probably like were not like, you know, obviously they were different people, right? They had one guiding, you know, principle as, you know, the Lord Jesus and his kingdom, right? But I'm just curious as to what exactly you mean by representational group. this way comes up from down there. There we go. The church I'm planning on checking out is from the Nine Marks website, though. RIP. Well, you know what? It might not be RIP. Check out their statement of faith on their website, or if you want to check out, go to their pastor and ask about things. I haven't done much like church shopping, for lack of a better term, but in my adult life. But yeah, I have looked around at other churches and I've asked the pastor questions and stuff. It says like representational politics. I mean, like I don't think he just made sure the group matched racial representation in the regions they ministered to. Ah, I see. Definitely not, Adam. You're right about that. Good. I heard that. There are many churches that are still solid that have an association with Nine Marks and TGC. It depends. It's right. Rafe's right about that. It's just you have to be a little more mindful about it these days. Just be on guard. Know what you believe, and know the Christian doctrines. That way you can firmly understand, like, okay, well, this is what the church I'm attending here believes and all that. You can make an informed decision, right? Adam says, and if he had been concerned with that, he would have been representative of the global population. It's true. That's absolutely right. The concern is not about your skin color or your ethnicity. It's about you as an image bearer of God. You have to worship the Lord, right? You have to worship Jesus, and that is the focus. Not on scoring intersectional points and being like, well, we need an Asian guy in here because we don't have any Asians. It's not how that works. God isn't concerned with that kind of thing. The church is made up of people of every ethnicity, right? And the exact layout. Does he always invade you here? Alright, let's see if I can bait him off of a cliff or something. I can't get through here now. Do this. Whatever the local body of believers looks like in terms of their actual ethnic backgrounds, that's not up to us. It's up to God. I never even heard the term critical race theory until Tanner did the second panel. Yep. I don't blame you. It is a relatively new thing for most people. It's, like I said, something that I studied because I was noticing these trends in culture. I'm a very culture-focused person. I want my Christianity to actually impact my culture and the way I view the world. And it's not just like the Bible to me is not just like a story, like a personal devotional. Like Christianity is the answer to the problems in society, And so that's what we have there. I thought you said debate him off of a cliff. Debate him off of a cliff. I can see that. Please. Okay, so here's my plan. Gonna do one of these. Gonna bait him way over here. Also, Beck, you bring up a good point. This is why I think it's very important for most Christians to be involved in, like, to know what's going on. Not because, like, politics is the solution. It's because Christians need to be prepared for answers from the Bible, that answers that brings solutions. And we know we have the solutions in God's word. What I was hoping for, right there. Whew. All right, yeah, let's go watch Vody Balcom on ethnic Gnosticism. It's very good. I like Vody, and not in a token way. I do too. My and then go watch the Social Justice Gospel Conference on YouTube. That will help you understand it all. Yeah, I agree. And you know, speaking of token, right? Like, my brother-in-law is, you know, he's a black guy, and him and I are on the exact same page. Like, we're the kind of people who, like, if we don't talk for like months, like 8 months, we could not talk for each other, right? And then we talk to each other, and we're like, he's like, so did you hear this thing about, like, what James White said or what Vody said? And I'm like, yeah, of course I did. And, like, we're on the same page exactly. Like, I couldn't have wished for a better person to marry my sister. And my sister was growing up was very close to me, so I was very protective of her. But he's a really good guy. So, of course, you know, that doesn't give me any extra cred that I have a black brother-in-law who I gave my blessing to when my sister got married. That does not it's not a part of the doesn't factor in at all. Let's see. Not a concern for anybody, seems. Because I have slightly lighter skin, I'm a racist. That's how that works. This Farron's Mysteries that made... Wait, what standard? British Knight, thank you for the follow. Yes, yeah. Yeah, Beck. You give the follow, British Knight. Hope you're well. God bless. Let's see now. Okay, so we finally made it to the Belfry Soul. Belfry Soul, we're here because we want to see if we can get that rare drop off of one of the ballista crossbow dudes in here. Because if we do, she'll drop a headpiece that'll give us more magic damage, which we really want. The follower queue is gonna be hard to top, just saying. It's pretty good. I'm always on the lookout for memes and stuff that we've had to endure over the course of playing games and hanging out together. Yeah, get wrecked. Boop. And you're dead. Whoop. Dave's got some resources under his belt, eh? While you're at it, bookmark their podcast. Yeah, I follow Sword in the Trowel as well. I'm subscribed to them on YouTube, and I hit the bell to get their notifications and stuff. They're Tom Askell and Jared Longshore's analysis of the John MacArthur statement was very good. Sword in the Trowel, called. Does this ring the bell do anything? The thing to ring the bell. I don't remember what it does. Something spice up. Lowers the requirements on spells. Use it on a spell. Here we have, I think, three enemies. Yeah, so these are dual Avalon fellas. I think drop the... Or Simpleton. Oh, headshots! Ah! Nice. That stagger, though. Good stuff. No! Good thing arrows and Dark Souls travels. Arrows and spells generally cast, like, they intentionally are move very slowly. Not very slowly, but slow enough where you can actually dodge them and see them. That's kind of the point of them. You're meant to dodge them. Alright, well, it looks like we're not getting that drop, which is very unfortunate. But actually kind of like cheat engine. I want to cheat engine it in because I just like, this is the only build where I ever really use that piece of gear. I think there's a hidden wall here, isn't there somewhere? No, it's right. It's out here. Secret door here. Right here. Yeah. And this is Black Knight Greatsword and something else. Protective Chime and okay, Grand Spirit Tree Shield, which is like I think magic defense, and Black Knight Greatsword. My powers. You have to yeah. So it's a magic shield that can deflect spells. You know, they can't really wield it, but can't use the special power either. It has. And Protective Chime, I think, is. Yeah, I think I can't remember what the gimmick is with Protective Chime. I think it's supposed to be a buffing chime or something. Whoops. Left hand, and then binoculars in the right or in the left. Whoop. All right, so can we snipe from here? Is it worth sniping from here? Quickly, do it. Belong to Bowser. Oh, I forgot there was a guy there. Go. Now I thought that was where that was. Do you think Beth Moore will be the next president of the SBC? Well, I think Russell seems to be pretty in place there. People should support her in that there will be a split. That will be the final straw. Yeah, I think so. If for some reason Russell, I don't see it happening, but if for some reason everyone gets free hair combing, yeah, for some reason, seemingly out of nowhere, Russell Moore all of a sudden was like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna leave my presidential position and replace myself with my wife. That would be very weird, and people would probably want to split all the more. It wouldn't make sense, right? Yes, for some more. Unfortunately, because you hate to see it, but he's just he's not trustworthy. For some more. Obviously, we don't want to spend much of our time discussing like, you know, gossip or anything, right? But it's not a matter of gossip, right? Also, more is untrustworthiness is more like very public, so it's not some secret. Nice. No, get back. Yeah, it's public, so. Ah! I shot off the ledge here. No, saved it. Saved it. Go. Oh, good. He got caught in the fire. Oh, I completely misunderstood what I was doing here. Yeah, I'm gonna die right here. There's another one right here in the corner. And right, there is a turtle to the left, turtle to the right. Oh, you all walked through it. Okay, yeah, you can just stand there. It's fine. Yep, use the environment to your advantage. How do I survive that one? Yeah, here, Beck. Oh, the hairbrush. Okay. I was trying to, like, I read what you said. Everyone gets a haircut, free hair combing. Got it. Okay. As soon as I saw the video you sent, it triggered. The hairbrush. Probably one of Beth Moore's most famous illustrations. Well, definitely, I would say that her exegesis of scripture is highly questionable at times, for sure. I would definitely not. I also, you know, from a biblical perspective, I don't think it's be wise to be under her leadership. Hello, Liam. Welcome. I do hope you're well. Have you guys have you stopped by Mr. Houston's chat? Hopefully you have. He's doing a 24-hour stream, so we're gonna throw him some support once I'm done on streaming tonight. You got lucky, turtle man. Work was brutal, but got done. Good, nice, nicely done. Well, it's Friday. Hopefully you guys are getting a nice break tonight. Oof, okay. We made it pretty much. Bonfire. Boom. Burn off all the fire. Like this. Boom. Heal up at the thing. Boom. Okay, so once we beat Old Iron King, we're gonna go and defeat, or we're gonna go into the DLC area. Might be a little tough because we still have base HP. But we want to get a piece of gear that's in the DLC area, so we'll have to struggle to get that as soon as we can. This fight shouldn't be too hard. You'll see it, especially when we have range attacks. Nice. Damage. Out of iron. Is he made out of iron? I thought it was more like he was made like some kind of smith or something. Like he was a king, a very skilled smith. He gets wrecked by Soul Spear Barrage. Nice. What was that? Five spells? 6. This is kind of, it's like an open world kind of game. Not an open world, but it is non-linear. So, it's a game where, you're non-linear? Thank you. So you can go multiple different ways. I pride myself back on being non-linear. It means that you are able to express yourself in a myriad of ways. We are now in the DLC area that is unlocked by defeating the Old Iron King. We needed the key. What was the key called? The old rebel key. Open this door. So, and now we're gonna. All right, so this is gonna be a little tough, I think, because this is sort of an end game area. This is kind of what I mean by non-linear. Let's open that door. Be prepared to suffer. Yeah, it's true. We've got. We're gonna get ourselves over to Fume Knight, and we're gonna get the Sorcery Clutch Ring, which is near the end of the DLC unlocking process. See them? You see that pillar over there? You can go there. See? Like in that sense, it's open world because, like, you know, like you see that mountain, you can go there. It's mostly how this game is. Like you can go over there. You end up over there at some point. Down there. A lot of that happens a lot in the Souls games, where you can see where you're going to next, or where you've been from numerous vantage points. Visually, it's a very appealing thing, I think. All right. Well, we got some Souls here. Souls. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Rafe showed me some of your arts that you made for him back. It's good stuff. Clean, you know, official looking. I like it. I liked it a lot. So we need. I think we need 63 for the last spell, but. That. Nah, Liam. I mean, Liam, your name's Liam 8 Male. I mean, how can How can you be linear when you have 8 different kinds of mail in your name? That's just too many different kinds of mail. You have packages and envelopes and, you know. Also, also I'll hire you to design another podcast cover for me. Cool, nice. Awesome. It's cool that everyone's going to Vec. Yeah, I actually have Hoto Shop open to work on it, but I wanted to ask those questions. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Hopefully I was clear enough. I know it can be sometimes hard for me to talk about kinds of things while playing a video game, but why just yeah. Big shield. Nope. You're making really helpful. Good. I know it's a lot to take in for people. Who haven't studied it, but it's important. And if we can help you find a church, let us know. Yeah. It's those are if we can. It can be hard, right, to be a community that's so separated by. I don't remember doing this. There you go. I was on Twitter and Johnny Pastor said something about Big Eva and reminded me to ask. Yeah. It's starting to become a very popular term. Big Eva, in the same way you'd use big pharma and big government and that kind of thing. And there's some, it's a useful shorthand, Actually, maybe a good tweet for TRU. Yeah. You can link it to me. I've got a bunch of stuff prepared for TRU and tomorrow and Saturday's stuff. But I'm always looking for more information. It doesn't always have to be about like explicitly Christian stuff either. It can just be you can share a tweet with me on Twitter. That. Oh, Chris Hernandez. Yeah, I like this guy. Did you say that? Wait, what did you say? Johannes Pastor. Yeah, Johannes Pastor. Yeah, I watched I will review that and look into it. It's about the NBA player who refused to wear a BLM shirt and kneel for the national anthem. Ah, yes, yeah. I think I before I started streaming, I heard some vague rumblings about that, but I didn't, nothing specific. So, okay, I'll have to take a look. Uh-oh. And to hit the land on that middle section. And when explaining why he gave more gospel than Big Eva has in a while. Yeah, Big Eva. It's like you see the hypocrisy when, for months and months, where no one, Christians aren't meeting for church, right? And then you go, hey, John MacArthur then goes, hey, you know what? The government of California is asking us to stop church, quote, indefinitely, and John MacArthur's like, no, I'm gonna meet for church. And within 24 hours, within 24 hours, Jonathan Leemans was like, now let's not get too hasty here. Meanwhile, for months, protests have been happening and all this, and they were just like, yep, seems good to me. Ostensibly the same reason why you wouldn't go to church is the same reason why you wouldn't have protests. But for some reason, Big Eva seems to really be concerned about not meeting for church. Because it'll ruin our witness. But when it comes to protests, you know, Jonathan Lehman was like, hey, all you Christians, come on out to the BLM protest. And it's like, wait, what's going on here? Like, this is really weird. That's a really weird thing to do, you know? This statement is what caught my eye. Just wow in 2 minutes. Brother brought more gospel than social gospel in combo than TGC and Martin Marks, ERLC, and the rest of Big Eva. Come on, yeah. But those are like the big three, sort of like. The ERLC, for example, is sort of like the religious liberty like arm of the SBC. That's why it's so frustrating for a lot of SBC people like Tom Buck and other SBC people to be like, what's going on? Are you like, you should be like you know, on our side here about this kind of thing. What's this? Post from Dr. Oakley. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's on the list, Rafe. That's pretty crazy stuff. Really? I knew Lewis was an important guy, but geez, I mean, like, he did some good things, right? So he was very important in. Oh, you haven't seen that yet, Avac? Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much more overt you can get, right? Like, you know, Vec, like, you see that and you go, do you even hear yourself when you speak? You know? Yeah, a long time ago, like, John Lewis was, he was a great guy who stood up for, even though he was a Democrat, he stood up for, what was it now? Like, lunch table counters, like, the racial things, right? So despite him being like a you know like a guy who was very, you know, concerned about black lives, he didn't care. He doesn't care about the 30-40 million black people who have been killed in the womb. That's the thing about it. And the thing about it is, like, I wouldn't mind people like having a funeral for a guy who was important, you know, like, sure, if he had a lot to do with the effect, with the racial justice sort of way of things. You still with Martin Luther, right? Yeah, Martin Luther King. But the problem that I'm having is like the total hypocrisy of like, hey, don't have your church services, don't have your funerals, but you can have your John Lewis funerals, and that's okay. So but we'll get into it a little more, I guess, tomorrow. Go down like this. Maybe you could just, you know, I think you can actually make this jump. I don't know if I have enough HP to do it though. I used to speedrun this game ages ago. Don't remember the paths. And I don't have enough HP to survive that. Oop. Have to go the long way here. not a big time saver, but does save some time. Oh, goodness. In this chest. Oh, well. Bonfire check is good. I actually needed one of those. Oh, you did not stagger. I thought you would. Excuse me. Okay. I think we're good. The hardest part of this DLC are like these two sections with the doors you have to open. This is the first one. And the third section, and the hardest section is each DLC has like a hard section, like a hard part of the area, and then followed by an optional boss. And the one in this area is probably actually the hardest boss for this run. Period. Will probably be the optional boss in this area. The aged smelter demon. 2 soul vessels. Man, look at that. The crystal soul spear wasn't enough. How did he miss me there? Making the kids dinner, sorry, no problem. Buzz. Figured you were just lurking. Okay. That's pretty good for this run. Go on. Mac and cheese. Quintessential kids dinner. Oof. Like, they get the... Has to be fancy. Yeah, did you put any hot dogs in it? Maybe mix some ketchup in there. That's true mac and cheese fanciness. Okay, made it. I've been told that, hey, Shadeless. That meth guy, that's me. You know that what game you're going to like? New World. It plays like this. Really? I have to look into it. Another emote you could have is one that says Theology Matters. Yep, that's good. Yeah, I like the... Okay, so, like, yeah, Strongman, Theology Matters, No Despair. Those are all good ones. How you doing, Shadeless? You seem to have recovered pretty well from Monday. You made a fool of yourself, even by your own admission. Last I tried to tune into the stream yesterday, so that's what you were saying at least. Okay, the next one. Next sort of trouble spot is right here. Got to go around here, and there's a fella. Yeah, he's down there already. So this big guy, the guy with the big club here, the Iron Warrior. Those guys are problems. All right, man. How are you? Gotta make a fool sometimes. Content or content? Who? I read that as how are you? Like I'm automatically. I didn't. Who are you? Where am I? Oh. The game's never coming out. Shayless. New World. I haven't heard anything about it. Look, I would look into it. There's not a safer way to do this. This is not a very all-around good, easy. They even up for their stress test for alpha. Really, the NDA is up for their stress test for alpha. Got an invite to a stress test the other day. Oh, nice. Did you mess around with it at all? Yep. Everyone wants my blood. Yep. I one shot at this. Please. Move it. Push it. Pull it. You have so little iframes. Okay. So when you put the smelter wedge into that like idle thing, takes a second and then it like explodes and everything, all the enemies in the area, they stagger, which gives you an opportunity to pull that lever. You know what I could do? This might be actually a much easier way of doing this than how I'm doing it. I'm not disallowed to use items, so what I'm gonna do. You know who didn't get an ANDA for WoW Beta? Really, you didn't? Yeah, they stagger for a moment, British Knight, and it gives you an opportunity. So like, what you want to do is lure them over to the other side of the room, then plug it, and then run to the other side, and hopefully that'll work. Alternatively, we're gonna do what you probably should do, I guess, and that is just try luring skulls. There are many items in these games that people never really use, or they forget that they have. Luring skulls are one of them. I already have 2 of them, but let me just buy a couple more just in case. I like 4 of these.
Satisfied?
Satisfied? Quite. Quite Spiffington. Okay. The reason why we're here so early is, again, this is a late game area. This is technically an optional area that you don't have to do to beat the game. It's a DLC area. But we're here because we want to increase our magic damage. That's where our build's all focused on. And so it requires having to go to near the end of this zone to reach a chest with the sorcery clutch ring in it. So here's what we're gonna do. Found some alluring skulls there. These they don't last long, but the alluring skull will make it so enemies will aggro the spot where you throw it. And I don't really know how long the... How long the, um... How long the, alluring skull will make it so enemies will aggro the spot where you throw it. And I don't really know how long the... How long the, um... 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 How long the, um time is. Ah! How long like the throwing time is. So, like, it looks like he doesn't care about the learning skull. Oh, yeah. Mr. Krabs. Ah! Hello, BDK. I'm doing really well. Just, yeah, spin. Oh. Just, trying to figure out how to get through this area while also being very weak and having no HP. Having a bit of a tough time because it's sort of a late game. Like I said, I was saying it's a late game area. So. Ah! Rat. Okay, the door's still open. Now you enjoy Call of Duty. Yes, this is a DLC area. Indeed. Rat. Gravity. Foiled again. Game Lab had COD warm-ups and drills. Oh, I didn't know Shayless was a... Actually, well, yeah, because I first saw Shayless playing a whole lot of Escape from Tarkov, so I guess he probably would be into the FPS scene. Oh. The door's open now. I can just get out of here. Oh. So I used to feel about gravity back when I used to do flips for fun. Drat gravity? Straight up gangs. Yeah, there's some tough spots in this DLC. All the DLCs kind of have some trouble spots. This is one of those trouble spots. Yeah, in co-op, this would be like a lot of hectic fun, but solo, it can be pretty tough. There you go. Gravity was my mortal enemy. Mortis. My Mortis enemy. Excuse me. Oh! I did not see that guy coming. What's your agility? 110. I just missed my rolls there. My rolls are equivalent of fast roll. Like how Canadian runs past enemies, excuse me. Well, that's just what I do. The door's open now. I can just get out of here. Oh. Oh dear. Dearie me. American runs past enemies. Move, you punk! Hey, I'm walking over here! Can you see I'm walking? Yeah, I see it. Think I care you're walking? You're in my space. Get out of here. You know, Canadians aren't quite as nice. Hello, DJ. How you been doing? I've been praying for you. Yep. Okay, that's good. Well done. Oh, nice pincer attack from you over there. That's good. What is it? Can't you see I'm walking over here? Of course, British Knight, he would say it like, "Excuse me, fellow countrymen. I could not help but notice that you have interrupted my progress in a forward motion. Perhaps you could extricate yourself from the premises so I may proceed forth. Oh! Oh! Do the prayers I haven't been doing, so I great. Have that from SpongeBob. Oh, is that from SpongeBob? Oh man, Fuzz is like clipping me like a mambo monkeys. Fine, you know, I need to have their strategy here when I have no HP. DB says, I appreciate the prayers. I haven't been doing that great, so just playing some piano to get rid of my off things. Oh yeah, I hope I've been praying for your hand too. I know that you know, your hand's also not been feeling great, so. It really is alluring skull. Well, I mean, maybe you could use these alluring skulls still. I'm gonna put them, keep them on the bar. Think about them. Shh. Shh. It's a secret slide. Secret slide. See, this is a secret slide. Secret gank. This is a secret gank. Gank and gank. I want to have to go back one of these days, to be honest. Yeah, Quebec. I've been to Quebec once. Quebec City. It was nice. It was nice to visit. I'm not much for traveling. Sort of prefer. I'm the staycation kind of person, for the most part. Although, you know, I do like myself a nice landscape. For sure. Woo! Woohoo! An error has occurred. No data was returned. Try again. Fuzz. Get good. Yeet good. Oh my goodness. You are too resistant to magic. This is why I don't fight you guys. With this build. Look at how much damage you took from that. Oh, please. Dark Souls Plus. I'm gonna die right here. Oh no. Oh. It's quiet. Too quiet. Be careful, I'm getting careless. Let. Blah. You missed. So long. Ah! New game plus? No. New game. I just have 5 vigor, so I get killed by anything pretty much. And also we're in the DLC, which is an end game area. And the DLCs, both in Dark Souls 1 and 2, they were balanced to where magic does less damage. It's the Jin build, yeah. This is the Archmage run. So Archmage, whenever I kind of do like a special build or gimmick run, I use the sort of a build as kind of a restriction on the run. So in this run, I have very little HP and focus on magic damage. And the problem with that build, and otherwise it would be a very powerful build, but right now it's not powerful because in the DLCs, in Dark Souls 1 and 2, the DLCs were balanced to where the magic damage does much less damage, just in general. All enemies have a flat, greater resistance to magic, and that's in response to just don't get hit, forehead. Pro strats, MLG strats from BDK. I will try that. Let me see. I think it's a risky strategy, personally, but I don't know. I'll see if I'll decide on the fly whether I want to kind of go with that or not. happy about that. Oh, secret gank. It's that secret gank. Gank, gank, gank. So right now, we're in an endgame area where enemies will mostly one-shot me. Is Dying like this a Canadian thing? Is this hard mode? Glad I'm watching this video because if I wasn't, I would be really upset. I'm kind of, you know, I play a number of RPGs. I'm an RPG channel, British Knight. But I'm most well known for my Dark Souls playthroughs. And I've probably beaten the Souls games like, it depends on the Souls game. I've probably beaten Dark Souls 3 like 40 times. Probably Dark Souls 2 like, dodge better, get good. Forehead. Like Dark Souls 2 I've probably beaten like 20 times, 25 times. And then just kind of like that, right? I have like thousands of hours in the Souls games. Even though I play lots of different kinds of RPGs, there's something about the Souls games that keeps me going back to them, you know? Everyone has their kind of games, right, that they go back to, and for some people, it's like Valorant or something, or just any kind of game. It's like Fortnite or Destiny, and even though those are like multiplayer games, for me, it's like, well, you see, I'm not playing Dark Souls. Fair enough, it's not a game for everybody. The things I value in the Souls games aren't necessarily that they're hard games, and they're not always hard games. It's just a matter of, for me, what I enjoy about it is the RPG elements. There we go. Here, so this little point right here is tough because try doing one of those. Oops. We got a go here. Okay, good. You're playing Bloodborne. Ah. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Bloodborne is fantastic. Not one of my favorite Souls game, but it's very good. Just me. Okay, next checkpoint has been acquired, pretty much. Those chokes was a little rough, but if you persist, if you keep at it, you'll get it eventually. I've done a number of sort of these sorts of build runs for a bunch of games I love. Divinity Original Sin 2. I've done it for the Mega Man X games. All the Mega Man X games. I've done it for some of the Final Fantasy games. Yeah, just any game that has a lot of build potential and lets me like kind of freely form the run. I really enjoy those kinds of games. Because Dark Souls is a very non-linear game. You get to have some fun with having your build the way you want it. Oh. Playing the DLC and I feel like hitting myself in the face with my controller. Oh man, are you at like what are you stuck on? I don't want to spoil anything because that's a really good DLC. Yeah. Oh, this is pretty brutal, yeah. I can give you some tips if you're stuck on something. Good job. Gorb, yeah, you're doing it. Nope. Nope. I'm not gonna spoil it. Yeah, no spoilers. I'm not gonna spoil it. I mean, like, if you're stuck on something in particular, I can maybe give you a tip. Ah! Nope. So there's a drop off of these guys that I kind of want to get. This also helps the build. He wants to know why you like this game so much. Also, hype. Also, Jin, yeah, hey, welcome. But a hint with the horse with the magic sword. Okay. So I'm assuming you're stuck on the first part of his fight. I'm gonna go play some Animal Crossing. If you are, here's what you want to do. There's a few attacks you can bait out to make it to take clear advantage of his openings. The one you want to stand mid range. This is my strategy. I mean, you don't have to do it this way, but this is a very like sort of reliable way of doing it, I find. I think I want what's back here. Oh, it killed me. Okay. So staying mid-range will limit his moveset to only like 5 or 6 moves, and the one you can punish most reliably is the one where he kind of does. It's a 4-hit combo that goes like swipe, and then there's the gap, and then swipe. You can actually get in the gap between the first 2 hits. You can just jump. You can dash to his left. Sorry, your left, his right. You can get in there and get a hit or 2 on him. He'll stagger pretty easily. And then you can do that. His jump attack has 2 variants. One is you can tell what type he's going to be doing with his initial movements at the beginning of the attack. So he'll either jump into the air quickly, in which case he'll just immediately come right down, and if not, he'll kind of like move his arms for a second and then jump into the air, and that's how you know he's doing the long one. And you can delay it. Now there's both a visual and an audio cue for. That's where I'm going so far. It's getting a little bit tough, Gene. Okay, that's a very good drop if I had Dragon Bone weapons to upgrade. That's actually a very good chest. It's getting a little bit tough. Right now we're in the DLC area. So, end game, and we have beginning level HP. Enemies are starting to like kill me in 1 hit. And enemies in the DLCs all have flat magic damage resistance. So you're seeing I'm doing like soul spears, this thing, and it's like it's like taking me like 4 soul spears. So the long, yeah, no problem, British Knight. The long jump, you'll see like, you'll have him like scream just before he lands on you. Also there'll be 3 drops of blood. So it'll be like dripping of blood, and the third like time where the blood drop is supposed to happen, he'll just land on you. So that's like, you can use that as your cue. The reason why you want to do that is because instead of just running away, is you can get a free hit. If you can time that the long jump, he can land right in front of you, and then you just turn around right behind you, and you just turn around and you hit him, and usually his head will like stagger pretty good. Yeah, Jin. Well, you know, these runs are like that, right? When I do my build runs, sometimes the run's really easy, sometimes the run's really hard, and it's fun to kind of discover how hard the run's going to be based on what challenge the game presents me with. When the fire kills her. I'm pretty min-maxed out right now, and my damage is only okay. Like, this is not terrible damage, but That's a little too many hits there. Are we power stancing? No. I don't have the physical stats to wield to power stance. We're gonna lure out this Iron Warrior. I think. Oh boy. Saw those barrel guys coming. They would blow me up if they got to me. What if they make Dark Souls 4? They are making Dark Souls 4. It's called Elden Ring. Basically. Oh, I saw this guy punch over like he was. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Yep. Alright. Just... we're probably good. Right now? No, we should go this way because... this will open the shortcut here. Well, yeah, it's not Dark Souls 4 actually, but it's basically it's the next From Software like action RPG in the same vein of Dark Souls. No, it's not actually Dark Souls 4, but it basically is. I'm looking forward to it. We have not seen any gameplay or anything yet. It's been a year since they announced it. They showed a like a pre-rendered trailer last year at E3, last year's E3, and you know, I mean, it looks fine, but like you can't really tell much from a pre-rendered game cutscene, you know. Here's a little cheese for Quicksword Rachel. Want to know how to beat Quicksword Rachel without her like one-shotting you? A little nervous about fighting her, maybe? Dark Souls Game of Thrones edition? Yeah, kinda. It has that feel. I'm very excited to see what they do. Because here's what got me so excited. So the only thing we know about Elden Ring so far is a pre-rendered cutscene trailer, which is like, okay, sure. I mean, it doesn't tell you that much about the game. And what was said by Miyazaki, who's the director of the game series, in an interview. He was saying like, yeah, so George R. R. Martin is helping with it. It's true, yeah. So Miyazaki was like, yeah, so people know us for our action game, our action RPGs, and cause he doesn't never use the term Souls-like. He kind of is a very humble guy overall, so he doesn't like mention the fact that he basically started a whole genre of game. He was just like, yeah, people know us for our action RPGs, and Elden Ring is gonna be the biggest one yet. It's gonna have the most RPG out of all of them, and I'm like, heck yeah, let's go. It's gonna have the basically the background and like story and all that was, oh boy, that's the wrong one. This one. Background, like the history and the mythos of the world was written by, that's not the right one either, was written by George R. R. Martin. And which one is it? First door? This one? Yeah, there it is. I've played a ton of DS3 and DS1. recently, and I had not so much DS2. I'm forgetting things. But yeah, so George R. R. Martin is worked on like the mythos and the background of the world, and then Miyazaki and his team are working on everything else. So it's still gonna have the Miyazaki touch, so to speak. Loom? Huh. Remember that happening. Well, we got the smoldering iron scepter, so that's what we came here for. Alright, so now we have the smoldering iron scepter. We can go over here, and we can restart the furnace here. Starting the furnace activates the elevators. Activates this middle pillar here, which activates the elevators. Now, I think, let's try to remember where everything is now. We need the iron key. Or the iron passage. Not the iron key, there's some key. It's right in here, I think. Over here. Tower key. Ooh, nasty. DM just squishes your character. Slaps the controller out of your hand. Try again. Suicide runs are not uncommon in Souls games. Squish. Weef. Tower key used on this door. This is the pathway to the dreaded iron passage. Wait, is this it? Yeah. Twilight herbs. I could probably be using those. Yeah. Iron passage. Dun dun dun. We're gonna save this probably for like the end of the run, because this will be the hardest boss in the game probably for us. Because the boss of Iron Passage, the Age of the Smelter of the Demon, or the Blue Smelter Demon, has an 85% resistance to magic. So I'm gonna be doing no damage to him, even with like a absolute like end game mid-maxed build. Noticing a few Demon Soul sound effects? Definitely, for sure. From Software reuses a lot of sound effects, actually. If you know where to look. There's quite a lot of reused sounds. Which makes sense, right? Why would you not reuse the sounds you have if they're perfectly usable? Yeah, the Blue Smelter Demon. Some people call him Blue Smelter, other people call him the Age of the Smelter, because the sword you get from him gotta save money somehow, right? Like, yeah, like why pay for like new sounds? You can just be like, you know, this sound works perfectly fine for this, so let's do that. Spell Quartz +3. Smelter Demon's brother, yeah. The magic equivalent of the Smelter Demon. I'm trying to remember now. Like, so this is the way down to the tower key. That one goes up to or that one goes up to a couple of the hidden area and a smelter wedge. Was this the one I need? Here. Go up. Go up. This one. Come back. Oh. Treasure ahead. Down? Gotta get. We're getting close now. We gotta get to the last bonfire. This is the path up to Suralon Samurai, which I don't have the key for his door, do I? Oh, I do. It's a tower key. Nice. All right, sure. Let's get this bonfire while we're here. So yeah, so up is Suralon. Down was the passage to add this to. With this bonfire, will be good. Yep. Pardon me, predators. Oh yeah, these guys, the prowlers are some serious gankers. Light him up. Nope. You got me, Predator Man. You beat the game. With the bonfire though, so. See? End up over here. Do I have any souls on my bloodstain? Taunt too, yeah. Can I quit? You can save and quit when the prowlers invade? That's weird. Usually you can't save and quit when someone invades your world. I thought you were an alien. Oh, Archmage Jean is level 100 now. Dun, dun, la, 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 la. Alright, so we got that area unlocked. Let's head back down to the foyer. Didn't know you named them after me. Well, it was fitting. That was the main like inspiration, so. Okay, so but maybe I go down and then it's actually kind of amazing how little I remember sometimes about some of these the paths I would take. You have been blessed with a great example of how not to sing like me. Okay, that's the way to the tower key. This is the way to the lower passage. Wasn't there like another like elevator that takes you? There's a passage with elevators that has two like up and down sections. Here. This one elevator. If I head over there, I can get over there somehow. It's morning almost. British Knight, are you actually a British man? Is it actually almost morning there? I had no idea. Wasn't sure if you could. We were just a fan of British things. Not necessarily a British man. Of course. A fan of British things and of knights? My kind of man. Well, that was a big bust. That was the normal path to the Iron Passage. Which way is the path to Fume Night? Getting lost again. No, it's not through that door. It's definitely elevator related. Look down there. It takes me that way. Is there another elevator this way? Well, it's a wonder you're still awake, British Knight. Hope you're well. You're taking care of yourself. Haven't been up too late. Wrong elevator. What elevator is it? Enough to wear a shirt. Houston Street about to preach a sermon. Nice. Oh, it is that one? One that goes down, really? That's what I thought, but I see you again, Rafe. Yeah, hey Yoshi, how you doing? So now this one. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one. Right? No, because this is the one that goes to the... But yeah, no, this is the one. There's 2 layers here. Okay, this is gonna be a doozy of a run right here. Now that we know where to go. Just got it. No. Ugh. How are you? I'm waiting for elevators to come up and down. Why are they so angry at what you did this time? Well, I invaded their space. I ran up, and these guys are horrible fire monsters, you know, fire soldiers, soldiersmen's. Oh shoot, I meant to land on that ledge. That is right here. Not dead? How did I not die there? That door's open, so. Fume Knight is their father? I guess so. Fume Knight is the I'm not sure if he's his brother or like the brother of Velstadt, and or at least maybe not brother, but they're at least brothers in arms, and that's why actually there's a little hidden Easter egg where if you wear Velstadt's helmet while you go fight the Fume Knight will immediately enter phase 2. He's like really angry at Velstadt, you know, at Velstadt because Velstadt stayed loyal to the king. and Rame or Fume Knight betrayed him, and so it's like, you! He thinks that you're him, and so he wants to kill you, and so he goes into phase 2 immediately. Nice little thing like that. Okay. Possibly get a heal here. I'm not sure if they're, like I said, I'm not sure if they're like brothers or cousins or brothers in arms kind of thing. Welcome back. We made it. Come on, open the door, open the thing. Open it. Sorcery clutch ring. We finally got it. You gonna try for get the Sirloin special death animation? I'll try for it. Seeing how much damage I'm getting dealt, it'll probably end up having to be the special death animation because getting hit seems to kill me in one hit. So I will try for the Sudoku. Sirloin can't math. He just Sudokus all over the place if you don't get hit. Okay, so we've got ourselves a new damage dealing ring. And we can now I wonder, you know what I'm gonna do? Maybe I'll wait till I'll think about using cheat engine to maybe bring in some of these like I don't want to like spend too much time like just like grinding on stream, but I might cheat engine in like some of the items that would otherwise just take time to just grind up to get. Like I'm thinking about using the blue flame and the what's it called? The Domino Mask. Those two items are like rare drops from enemies, and it's kind of, I mean, they would be good for the build, but I don't know if I want to spend time grinding for it. I usually use cheat engine for a few things if it's just more convenient and just to do it that way. Zero. Yeah, what BDK is referencing is, you know, you kill Sirloin normally, like, and he just dies, whatever, you know, same as some of the usual. But if you kill Sirloin without getting hit, then he is like, I have dishonorable myself, and he seppukus himself, which is kind of a neat little thing. The reason why I'm coming over here is because I have a petrified something, and I want to see if I can. What was that done? My legs got stuck in the ladder. I got petrified something, and the petrified something is an item that you can leave with some crows in this area. Okay, hello KJM. And you leave the item with the crows, and then the crows will leave you with like a random item. And I want to see if I can get the Chandler's Trident. That's the only way you can get it, is a random drop from pros. And you have the highest chance to get it when you leave a petrified something. You can leave different items, and that'll give you a different. It'll give you different chances for rare items and stuff. Okay, here we go. There we go. The shortcut. I get to. Yeah, you give us smooth.
Yes, give us silky.
This I want to go up there. Need to go in there. I didn't need to even use that fragrant branch of yore. Excuse me. This might be the way it looks like. This is a dagger, right? Yep. Dagger, a very good weapon for buffing various things because of the way damage works in Dark Souls 2. You can actually get quite a lot of DPS on a buffed dagger. Quick to attack. Headshot, man. Lucky headshot. Go. Pick that ladder so you don't have to go all the way around this time. And then we take petrified something. We leave. Leave them one at a time. That.
Yeah. So nice, so smooth. Yeah. Silky smooth.
Be smooth. And then you quit the game.
You, give us smooth.
You give us smooth.
Yes, give us silky.
And this will reload the area, and then you can expect to see what they give you. Hopefully something good. Bum 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 bum. Come on. Demon's Great Hammer. Head Knight Slab. Okay, those are good, but not what we're looking for. So McDonald's coffee or homemade coffee? Well, I'm not much of a coffee drinker. What's your favorite menu theme? I think probably DS3 or Bloodborne, probably. Have any other like all things? Nope. That is all she wrote. Looks like.
You, give us smooth.
I don't have anything smooth or silky.
Yes, you. Give us silky.
Nope, that's all I got. Alright, so DS3 for me, yeah. DS3's music is so good. Like it's just so good. You cannot deny how epic that music is in DS3. Not all the music is like, you know, S rank, but most of it is. It's just so good. It's like because it combines so many of the things I absolutely love about like the music in general, the composition, the orchestral and choir arrangements, the layers of complex compositions. Favorite boss? Probably. I mean, there's so many good ones. A lot of them are in DS3 and like the later games. Probably Gale. Probably my favorite. Madeir is also one of my favorites. Those are both probably two of the best fights in the game in the series. There are a lot of good fights overall, but I think those two stick out to me. Most of Dark Souls 3's bosses are very very good to me. There are some that are less. Gale is super fun. Gale is very, very, very well tuned. Like the way the spaces in between his attacks are designed in such a way that a lot of times you can just very narrowly get a hit in, and it feels super good to just narrowly dodge attacks. But he's designed that way intentionally, you know, where you can just like get a rolling attack in, and then like, oh, and then he flips around and slams, like in phase really, really hard. Gale has some challenging moments, like mostly in phase 1. I'd say is probably his hardest phase. Phase 3, he has the cheese that you can use to really manipulate his AI to get him to do what you want him to do, and then lock him down pretty good. It's a strategy I figured out while having to fight him without taking much damage. The crossbow mix-ups are so sick, BDK. Like when he does like the slam and like he jumps and rolls to the side, and then he slams and get the sword again. Oh, it's so good. Awesome. He teleports over to you using the summon sign. You know. The music there is so epic too. What are we doing now? So we beat Iron King. We have one last giant Lord Soul to get, and we also need to get the other DLC areas, which means we're gonna have to get Frozen Flower, which is in Drang Lake, which means we need to get the Rotten defeated so we can get that. And we need the Forbidden Key from Black Gulch, so we can use that to open the door to Grandal. So I think it's time to do the Rotten. And alternatively, we have some bonfire aesthetics, right? We have 2, yeah. What we could do is go fight Najka and the Skeleton Lords to get the +2 rings for what we're using right now. Like we can get Sudden Ritual Band and clear Bluestone Ring +2s if we go and kill Najka and Skeleton Lords. But you already beat Fume? No, I'm leaving Fume. I went to the DLC early to get the Sorcery Clutch Ring. Now, the Sorcery Clutch Ring will make us do more damage. And then, try knowledge again. Yes. I would like to kind of save the DLC enemies for the very last, because they're the most resistant to magic. So, I want a little more DPS. Have either of you gotten an actual person fighting the Looking Glass Knight? I have, not very often. It's not easy to have stuff that happen, but I've had it happen before. Pretty cool. Where you're supposed to go down here. The cannon way. Wait, no, that's the way down there. Oh, I can't back up now. Well, let's just try. Oh. Yep. That one down there, that's the one I have to use. I don't have any HP to survive any of these falls. Looking Glass Knight will also be a tougher fight because he also resists magic. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I want the one that goes. The one? Yeah. This is the long one. this one goes to the forbidden door room. No love for magic in DS2, huh? Yeah, yeah, even to the point where they nerfed magic builds, like miracle builds. You know, flex and all of the flex-like abilities. They nerfed those stuff. This happened like many years ago, because it was like PvP balance concerns. Ouch. Okay. There. Bring of the evil eye. No, yeah. They basically made it so like you have way less casts of it and does a little less damage and stuff. So I'm not a huge fan of nerfs. I'd rather things be buffs, because nerfs are bleh, and buffs are awesome. I'd rather things be adjusted via buffs than via nerfs, but oh well. Ash Knuckle Ring. What does this do again? Petrification resistance. Okay, so drop down over here. Ouch. Wait to these guys is you actually have to wait till they land and then roll. This is delayed explosion. Homeward Bones. To be fair, I think the only spell I used was Dark Weapon, if I recall correctly. Free heal. Dark Weapon, yeah, it's... They pair up Dark Weapon with the Crypt Black Sword. You got yourself some good damn Damaggio of the John variety. Yeah, nice. Should test to see how much damage I'm doing now with Sorcerer Clutch Ring. Blind Bone Nest. I officially have all my Ascended armor and weapons in Guild War 2. Now all I need to do is practice spamming 3. Summarized MMOs to a T there, Gene. Alright, normally I would like quickly roll down all these bits and pieces, but I kind of don't wanna. I might explode. My knees might fly off. My kneecaps might fly off into the horizon. So I'm just gonna do this slowly. That is legit the crux of this build, though. of his build. Maybe he can finally do fractals together, or we can do fractals together. Yeah, spamming 3. Stupid deformed horse and his sword. Ugh. Yeah, I can give you tips, right? But ultimately, there's a certain extent where you just have to like do it, right? And it's a different matter, right? You can know how to do it, like. Sometimes just not coming together. Definitely don't get carried away. This is just a general Dark Souls tip, right? Like, don't play the game like a action game, like a hack and slash. Definitely, it's a very methodical game. Now take a couple swings. Whoop. And you gotta go. I end up beating him on my main character with a weird glitch where he dies at the beginning of second phase. What? Who? Horse? Deformed horse? All night, all freaking night. Yeah, horse? Really? I've never heard of that glitch. I thought I heard of all the glitches by now. What? I need to Google that. This may be the bad... Again, my HP is the concern. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go this way. Oh. These guys will mess you up with their weapons. You might think that they're scrubs, but they're really not. The black weapon, the black, the dark magic on their weapons will like mess you up. Dark fog and a torch. Okay. I was playing with Nathan. He died, and I got the second phase. Cutscene. Okay, so he died. So I got the second phase. Cutscene plays, and he just drops dead. I still have the video. Tell me your sweet secrets, BDK. I've never heard of that, dude. Also, BDK. I watched. I forgot to mention this last time. I watched. You know, Gene's supercut of his playthrough of Dark Souls 1. You triggered the Iron Giant, the Iron Golem, like out of bounds glitch. You are a glitch magnet, man. Like that's a very hard glitch to pull off. Like you have to be using a two-handed weapon. You have to be like timing your swing as he does one of his attacks, and it knocks you out of bounds. So, like, it's a known glitch, but it's not an easy glitch to pull off. So you just did it kind of by accident. So I was like, what the? Good thing that guy was really passive right there. Use bonfire. Oh, he fell off the ledge. What a stupid dumb. What a dumbo. That's a known glitch. Yes, it's a known glitch. Yeah. I'm glad I got recorded from his point of view, or else I wouldn't have been able to put it in the cut. Yeah, it was really good. BDK's reaction was great. Like, what's happening? Oh! So this is eats it. I'm not sure. Like, well, that glitch was not cheats. That glitch, because it doesn't actually do anything. It just gets you killed. Got the bonfire here. We're good to get the forbidden key. So I can't open this door because I need the forbidden key. Which is why we're going down here. We got some big old bros right here to kill. Who are these fellas? Hello. Excellent damage. Excellent damage. Excellent. There we go. Giant, forgot the key. This Fortress gets really glitchy in multiplayer, and sorry, British, I have no idea how I triggered that glitch on Horsey Boy. I've never heard of that. And Giant Special by Dragon Bone, that's good. Frostblade, those are good things. Where's the exit? Not that way. I need the exit out the cage. There we go. Yeah, see, stuff happened in your playthrough. A ton of stuff happened that I didn't really know about that much because, you know, I don't play multiplayer very often. So, like, it was a pretty fun to watch. Hey, fella. Ah. Hey, you see where I am now, don't you? Going on to you though? Don't hide. Sunburns, welcome. How are you? Hope you're well. This fine Friday night. Where did you go, you little Oof. Oh, that's it? I'm used to the damage of the DLC. I realized I ran out of crystal soul spears, so I want to actually watch the bonfire. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Just eating up my blood vials. If you go to the along till DS2 too, you know, until Elden Ring comes out, so probably another year or two. If you on your way to Horsey Boy there, British, there's a fella who will give you a free, I think, 5 blood vials, 6 blood vials. There's a guy banging on the gate on to the right as you run toward the boss. I have enough points to bring you back down so you won't be stranded. Thank you, Adamant. I'm playing at a bit of a disadvantage right now because I'm kind of, you know, kind of tilting my head up a little bit. My damage is pretty good. Blunk. Couldn't have rolled that way, but that worked out. Soul Spear Barrage should do good damage. Yep. Usually in the speedrun, you kill Rotten a number of times because he's a good enemy boss to kill a bunch for access to the later parts of the game. He's not that hard, so. And now normally, you know, this goes to show. Oh, anyway, this goes to show that DS2 is actually very non-linear as well because you have the ghost thing that pops up like one of those guys, like this guy. So what that guy was, he's like another player. The game is asynchronous multiplayer, so like things happen online and they kind of appear in your world. Ugh. Let me stand up here. So now that I've lit all the bonfires, get my chair out of the way. You have to go see him. I'm sorry, you poor man. You just wanted to bang on him, but now you have to die. Yeah, he's a really useful tool. I recommend beating him senseless. BDK says the video glitch on YouTube seemed to be only triggered on multiplayer, but it may have already been patched. Interesting. Huh. Referring to the Bloodborne glitch. Here's Aldia. Once you've beaten all four of the Lord, the Great Soul bosses, you know, he will appear. He's like, oh, you're really buff and stuff, and he's like, hey, do you want to shed the curse? Okay, but you know, you gotta be a true monarch, and you know, go find Vendrick. Vendrick is the king of Drangleic, and he's in his castle. Go and do that. There you go. So light all 4 primal bonfires, and so officially, we're at the halfway mark. Once we get to Drangleic, I'd say it's probably about the halfway mark. We're not quite at the halfway mark exactly just yet, I'd say, but we're almost there. This is a very long game, especially if you are doing a build like this where you die a lot. 70. Now, let me think about what other gear do we need. We need to get to Shulva because we want focus souls. We need to get to Aldia's Keep because we want to have Soul Geyser. We need to get to Elium Lois because we want to get Ozal's Staff. And so I think I was 4 in, and it was head-bashingly difficult. How many new game pluses are you in, British? Oh, yeah. That definitely would be a consideration. Head-bashingly difficult. Yeah. Let's see. In order to get to Elium Lois, we need the Frozen Flower, which is in Drangleic Castle. Puzzle Staff is there, and then Focus Soul. Be the Dragon Talon, which is right here. Once we get Soul Geyser, that'll be the big spell for the run. Takes us down to the Forbidden Door. Two new game pluses. Ooh, yeah. You're not even doing like fighting him on new game plus. That's rough. There's the Dragon Talon. And I think this is also where we get Lightning Spear or something. Another Soul Vortex. Witch Tree Branch and Witch Tree Bellvine. Those are the 2 fast casts. If you want to stack fast casts, you want to use those rings or those ones. Great Lightning Spear. Right. Okay. So we've got Dragon Talon, which gives us access to Shulva. So I want to go there. Go there next. So we can go to Amber in the Black Gulch. Both, really. Phase 2 is a lot easier, in my opinion, because I mean, he'll pretty. I mean, there's a good chance he'll kill you if you don't know what his attacks are, but once you know what, like, unlike most other bosses in the Souls type Souls games, from Software Souls games, he has a very more obvious pattern than others. So, he'll always stagger twice, stagger or stun himself after getting a number of hits in. He's designed so that you'll almost always finish him with a riposte, because it's more dramatic that way. So he'll almost always before he dies, he'll just be like, oh, and he'll get on a knee, right, and you just go, ugh, Get out of here! Boom! We're posted. It's super climactic. But phase 1 I find to be a lot harder. Phase 2 is the one that wrecked me the most. Really? The Getsuga Tensho and the slow double swing always got me. Phase 1 eventually got down. Really interesting. Getsuga Tensho. It's a thing. I mean, that's like his coolest move, right? His ultimate, like land splitter attack, right? It's so sweet. Yeah, he's got a slow double swing. You can always tell he does like the triple slam. You can always tell when he's gonna end the slam because he always goes like one-handedly. And once he puts his two hands together and slams, that's when you know he's finished with the slams. He'll do one. The one that always got me for a while was like the one that is the quick like 1-2. He uses that as kind of a getaway ability. So like if you're close to him for a while, he'll go like, he'll go slash in front of him, and he'll go like backstep. That's the one that you usually get me. Yes, dragons being dragons being. That was the 1-2, yeah. So the tell for that is just like he always makes a little grunt sound before he does it, but also he always kind of puts the sword to his left. It's always like right like that. Like if you ever see him do that, all you do is just like backstep and you're good. You know, you might have to actually like dodge back rather than backstep, but yeah. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna run to the next bonfire. I have to try to remember where Focus Souls is. The spell. This area is kind of neat. Got like Zelda kind of quality to it. There's like a kind of like a puzzly type thing going on here with these columns that you have to hit to make platforms raise and lower. I'm sorry, British. Oh. Go now. Bibblethump. Alright. I think I need to get to... +7. Is dead? Oh, hello. Phase 1 when he does the 4-claw attack, dodge into the second one and attack. Yeah, it's like he does the... You still mid, he goes the slash, right? So you want to do the dodge into the second, after the second attack. The charge I waited till after he pawed the ground and lowered his head. Yep, that's the tell. Big jump you can actually run from, and quick turn and hit him if you find time to dodge. Find the timing of the dodge hard. Yep. Close range headbutt doesn't do too much damage. Don't worry about that. Yeah, he kind of like does one of those. Yep, that's good. Good advice. Some good tips on those moves. There's a way to hit a switch from down here. Huh, I guess not. Press F to pay your respect. Man, my goodness. Runs have been a lot harder than I thought it would be. How long until you learn Great Heavy Soul, Crystal Soul Spear, Geyser Cascade? Well. Ouch. Well, I suppose. Could be very soon. If I go ahead and activate my, my mods, let me just go ahead and activate that. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh dear! Dearie me, the PS I fell. I've fallen. And I can't get up! Gravity is Gravity is a slow and insidious killer. Oop, oop, oop. Oop, 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 oop. Hooray! I remember how to get through this part. We'll be able to fight Gravity in Elden Ring. Dude, that would actually be super sick. Like, what a cool reference if you actually fought a boss that was related to Gravity. And, like, you know, knowing from Software, it'll be like Gravagon, the Grav Master. And it'll be like some insane guy who like flip the world upside down, and like you have to like walk on the ceiling and then like attack him while he's like up, you know, while you're right side up and all this. You a voice actor? Nope, just enjoy doing voices. So are you super duper OP now yet with all the cheeses? In this game it's a lot harder to get OP. I would need a few more materials. A few more upgraded materials, and also a few more pieces of gear. Even if you wanted to be like OP and kill bosses in as few hits as possible, there's still not as much room for being OP in every situation. You'd probably need about 2 or 3 different kinds of builds to like two-shot most bosses, especially in the DLC. Ta-da! Focus souls. Curtain lights. Get the crumbs out of here. Fuki's a DM, I believe, so that might count for some of the voice. I am not a DM, but I do voices when I play Dungeons and Dragons. You can probably guess which voice I do. I do my British voice, of course. What else would I do? I think you do a great job. Oh, thank you. Very kind of you. All right. Let's see what we can do with Focus Souls. 60 intelligence to cast this. Let's see here. We're gonna just equip all of our best spells. Oh wait, this also costs 2. The Soul Spear. Crystal Soul Spear. Soul Spear. And Great Heavy Soul Arrow. Yeah. Yeah. These are the most powerful spells we have right now. I think, well, maybe Soul Spear Barrage as well. Even if you play an ogre. An ogre? What are you doing that for? Might be. I could have sworn you said you did. I guess I thought wrong. You know, I guess I thought you were a cool guy or whatever. And I just found out you don't DM like a stupid dumb. You know, whatever. Alright, let's check this out. Focus souls. Interesting. Lasers. Alright. We got focus souls. What else do we need? We need Ozol staff. We need soul geyser. We need Chandler's Trident would be nice. Blue flame would be nice. Domino mask would be nice. But the only thing we need left are the other DLC with Ozol staff, which requires running around. And then we can get soul geyser in Ali's Keep, which means we should head to Shade Ruins. Hey, you constantly play Souls games. That's cool in my book. Oh yeah, totally rad. I try. Tubular. Is that what the kids say these days? Ouch. Get out of here. Just get out of here. Okay, so now we've beaten all 4 of the great soul bosses, and we've lit all the primordial bonfires. Now we can go over here. Radical! Totally gnarly, dude. Looking pretty good. We can get over to the Shrine of Winter, and this door will now open. Now, normally... Gnarly. Oh, it's so not tubular, dude. Stop chasing me, bro. Oh! Yes. The deformed horse laid to rest. Oh dear, I've never been so happy. Well done, British Knight. You persisted, and you overcame. That's only the beginning. You haven't even seen what's in store for you, Rich. Like, if you haven't been spoiled, how you guys have fun with the others. Like, I mean, I don't want to diminish your victory. It is a very good victory. Now, a point suggestion would be request an accent. That's a good idea, Adamant. I can't do many accents, but I can try. Oh yeah! Oh, that was pretty sweet. See that laser? See that laser fire? That was some Carl Urban from Lord of the Rings voice right there. Excellent. It's quite the compliment. Hey, what happens if I laser you guys? Get lasered! Laser! That's good damage. That's good DiMaggio right there. Whoa, beautiful. Final boss. Oh man. Now that one before British beats it first try, right? Right, PDK? You know the one I'm thinking of? You know the one. The notoriously hardest boss in the Soul series. IMO. Here, dummy. Ouch. Don't shoot me. Yeah. Which hardest bosses in the Soul series? There's a lot of them. Well, by Soul standards, by Souls game standards. Yes. Oh no! I shot over him. Beautiful. Open. Bonk. That's some good damage. There you go, Adamant. See, that's what I like to hear. People who are thinking of being creative, trying to think of what to do, of what memes.
Who are you?
I've already made a crumbs emote. It didn't turn out right. So it wasn't like it was too small. You couldn't see it. I've noticed I've started saying crumbs a lot. So my DPS supposed to be at for Deadeye. Yeah, BDK. Okay, 2 doors to get through here. And bonfire. Bonfire. You'll get you'll get caught up in the bonfire. Bonfire. All right. Head over here. Over meal. Here. Get your stony ankles over here. Alright, well, I'll just leave. I just run away. I'm just gonna run past you. Somebody knows the crossfire jingle? Of course, I'm a child of the 90s. I'm about the same age as you, Adamant. It says on the ground I can talk to him. Yeah, also, depending on how you talk to him, like whether you're wearing a church garb or not, he'll address you differently. So if you're wearing the church garb, they'll be like, "Oh, a fellow hunter of the church. Tell me, were my valiant warriors all the men that I hoped they would be?" You could say yes or no. And if you say yes, he's like, "Ah, then the things I did were not in vain." And then if you say no, he's like, "Oh my." Just toodaloo. Stone soldier. How do you mess 3 spam up, Gene? All you have to do is hit 3. One button. One button, it's just too much for you, is that it? Are you trying to make a fool of me, Gene? Says BDK. BDK said that, I didn't say that. Excuse me, yeah, bye. Bye. So here, this is a little bit of a story thing. This is Nashandra. She's the queen of Drangleic. You're supposed to talk to her and be like, "Oh, it sounds just like him, so I believe you." No way. BDK's voice has got like that deep tone to it. Gotta say, pretty nice sound voice. Voice is too refined for me. Oh yeah, you can get his the Holy Moonlight sword. Sword from him. I'm assuming yeah, you must have hit him
You have fought admirably on your journey.
Yeah, this is Queen Nashandra, and she, you know,
Queen of Drangleic,
seduced the king to pursue the dark soul and all that stuff. Turns out she's actually a usurper. It's not really a spoiler because you find out pretty early on that she's like a fake. But she seduced Vendrick. I guess it might be a spoiler. Yeah, let's try Focus Souls on this fella. Very nice. Casting time's a little heavy though. Oh, he gave it to you. Okay, because the other way you can get is if you just poke him with anything, and then he'll just die, and then you pick up the sword off of his corpse, his head corpse. What does he say there? He's like, a guiding moonlight, a transient thing. I never wanted to know what it really was. Really, I didn't. Whoa, that DiMaggio! Uh-oh, I'm dead. Thought maybe I could get that glass guy, the black dragon rider before he shot the bow. I'm so mad I want to kill him. He's been through enough. Use the sword. You could use the sword, however, it is an arcane sword. So unless you're built for using like magic and like magic more. I will say that there is one kind of breather boss in the DLC, so it won't all be a slog. That's true. That's true, PDK, yeah. And that one's mostly a breather boss. Hey, how about you switch to your halberd there, buddy? That would be fun. There we go. And whoop. And whoop. And swipe again. Dead. 24 arcane because New Game Plus. Okay, well that's probably a little bit more than that, but I think you can probably get by with that. If you want to use it, it's a good weapon. I mean, all the weapons in Bloodborne are pretty good. Hey Benhart. Benhart's wielding the Blue Moon Greatsword, which is basically a no Q version of the Moonlight Sword. Well met, friend. Has it? That powerful beings slumber in this land. Sword. You watch Bleach, Mafugi? I only saw like a couple episodes when I was a teenager back in like my Toonami days. But no, I have not watched it. Why do you ask, BDK? Enlighten me. The way you narrated his story, it sounded like you were narrating Fashion Week for medieval combatants. And here we have the no quality of the Moonlight Sword. I mean, it's so yesterday. Blue moon, more like no moon, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so we made it to the castle Majigger, the Drung Lake. Drung Lake. I mentioned Getsuga Tensho, and was also gonna mention they have Renji's sword in DLC. Talking about the Moonlight Greatsword is timeless. The Moonlight Greatsword is timeless, but the Blue Moon Greatsword is old hat. That's what I'm saying. And Ben Hart there, he was wielding the Blue Moon. Does it even buff, bro? No. I don't know, actually. I don't think it does. That's a very straightforward answer to that question. Okay, so yeah, it's a Drain Lake. Where is Drain Lake listed here? Shulva, there it is. Potential Castle Drain Lake. It uses my bullet. That makes no sense. Yeah, the Quicksilver bullets are really just like MP. Like it uses your special gauge, which is your bullets. Better that than it using durability. I really hate Dark Souls 1 and 2 and Demon Souls that special abilities use your durability. I really hate it because it means I never end up using it. Because you don't want your weapons to break in the middle of combat, right? You want to just have MP. That's a way better system. Magic, right? All the hunter tools in Bloodborne also only use Quicksilver bullets, even though some of them are like you can buff your weapon with a magic insect, space insect. All right, next bit's kind of a pain right here. Magic. These two little munchkins over here, need to get them over here and kill them by this thing. But it can be a pain to deal with. But maybe it's okay here. There we go. There we go. Nice. Quick and easy. So killing the enemy close to these golems will activate them, and then they'll push this push or pull. They'll pull this thing and then turn it, and that will activate, you know, an elevator or a door or something like that. In this case, it's an elevator. But those little guys can be a pain. What's good? What's good? Bullet. What's good? The Lord. The Lord is good. Life in general is good. Please! Ooh, that's less damage than I was expecting. I still hate when that weapon does that. If you want Gowers, you can actually do it this way. Hey, where you going? Interesting. I didn't know he did this. He like ran the perimeter of the room. Yeah. Ouch. I remember talking to Gene, he said you weren't a fan of the enemy placements in the Demon's Ruins and Lost Isolith. Yeah, no, so the Soul series and, you know, Bloodborne and Sekiro, are good horsey. Good two-headed zombie horsey. So, Demon's Ruins and Lost Isolith are an interesting case because in the Souls games, Sekiro, Bloodborne, they're all games that enemy placement and item placement are all very intentional. And there's always a good reason as to why things are where they are. And when it comes to Demon Ruins, they admit that they ran out of time in production. But they were just like, you know what we should do? Because the Demon Ruins has like, they're like the home of the demons. We're just gonna put a bunch of demons everywhere and just kind of like copy pasta them all over the place. That sounds pretty cool. And that's like, that's the gist of it, you know? There's no like, that's the extent to the reason why they're there, but they're not like doing anything, and they're not like in like a position in like a strategically interesting like setup. They're all just kind of just right there, like all just there. The Capra demons and Taurus demon were chilling in the lava the whole time. Yeah, they're just hanging out there, and they're just like, I guess I'm just standing here, waiting for the player to show up. One of my favorite things in Souls games, and it only happens more often later in the later games. I love when enemies, don't forget the random dragon legs, yeah. Just there you go. Put some dragon legs in there. I love when enemies fight each other when they have turf wars. I really like that because it gives you the sense that, you know, you're not the only person in the world. Like, the game isn't, you know, centered around you. Like, there are factions amongst other people that aren't you, and they fight each other, right? So it happens a lot in Dark Souls 3, where like Dark Wraiths will fight Gru, and Black Knights will fight demons, and Mimics will fight demons too. If you lure a Mimic over to a demon, he'll like aggro to the demon, because for various lore reasons they don't like each other, so they fight, right? And you can like pick off the straggler, or whoever loses or wins the fight is usually very injured, and then you can just pick off the straggler, and it's good. Speaking of which, why do the Watchers fight each other? The Abyss Watchers fight each other because they, the last thing they did before they became hollowed was, you know, they had a sworn duty to protect the world from the Abyss, to destroy it wherever it's found. So the Abyss Watchers eventually got infected by the Abyss, and so when they went hollow, the last thing that they did was, you know, to have their duty to kill the Abyss. So they end up fighting each other because they sense the Abyss within themselves, but they, you know, bandits, Mongols, and wild animals all fight each other. Yeah, I think it's really cool. Oof. Okay, Crystal Soul Spears doing some better damage here. Slam jammed. Da dee doo da. Oh. Didn't attack there because he takes half damage while he's summoning. So it's not really worth the cast. And I'm trying to be careful here because his like mirror shield there will reflect my magic. So I'm trying to like really get around him before I cast. That's the mirror. Does the mirror knight there use magic or lightning? Lightning. Uses lightning. It's magic is usually sort of a, you know, a brighter bluish color. I don't more use mirror shields in them. I know, they're so sick, right? Nice. Ooh, I love the sound it makes when you kill the Looking Last Night, and it's like you just clang, 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 like the mirror and stuff falls. It's great. Oh gosh, Horseman! Get out of here. Get out of here. You're gonna de-aggro. Yeah, I think mirror shields are super sick. I think they should be in more games. I want an item that's back in the corridor here. So, you okay, everybody? Friend, my friend. Oh dear, I have no souls, no abilities left. Quick, pick it up. Oh, that's good. Pick the Titanite. That's what I came here for. This. A single life gem? Oh gosh. Controller, please. Controller, please. So curious to assist why they use Ornstein at least twice in the games, but no Smolov. Oof. Yeah, my control. I don't know why. It's a new controller and a new cable. Sometimes the controller will just stop working. I have no idea why. Ornstein is cooler, first of all. But also, dragon slaying is a greater, like, a more common theme than Executioner, I guess, in the series. Technically, the Dragon Slayer that you fight in Dark Souls 3 isn't even Dragon Slayer, it's his armor, you know, but Dragon Slaying is objectively cool. I agree. Ah, Dragon Slaying, knighthood's highest calling. Okay, so long. Alright, so this is where you get soul bolts, and unless you're a dragon. Yeah, but who wants to be a dragon? Unless you're a dragonkin. What a drag. Let's see. I wish dragons existed in real life so I could have a chance at earning the title of Dragon Slayer. Now, sunburns. Saying that is like when people say, "Man, I wish Fallout was for real, because that way I would totally not immediately die in the apocalypse." Man, I would be so prepared for the apocalypse if that happened. Like if Fallout happened, Fallout 4 happened. Yeah, that's my BDK. It's still cool, it's not as cool. Yeah. Which in the research hall. Yeah, be careful. There's I'm not saying I succeed. Here lies sunburns. Guy fought a dragon. What do you think was gonna happen? But there'd be a chance. So is it like a 1 in 1,000? More like 1 in 1,000,000. So you're saying there's a chance. That's what Sunburns is saying. Pop some of these Sulis. Looking last night's stuff is cool. You can get his sword and his shield. His shield also reflects magic, and also his sword can like be coated with lightning. That's a pretty cool thing. Here lies sunburns. I tried. Probably need to set up some good traps or get a blind giant to shoot it down and weaken it. Yeah, last campaign I was in on D&D campaign. We had to fight like an ancient red dragon. We had to get. Oh, okay. You want me to hydrate, do you? Just Wait. Oh, what? Ad placement? Not exactly. Admin gets it. What are we doing? Trying them on. Save you some? Actually, this is really good. Actually, genuinely, I mean, that's tasty. I haven't had a Fresca in a while. I like that. Your lies implies there were remains left to be buried. Is that like Canadian Sprite? I don't think we have a Canadian Sprite. Fresca as an American drink, I'm pretty sure. Gene, you're so insensitive. You just assume if you don't know something, that's gotta be Canadian? What a Canadianite. What a Canadianist. What should I assume about you, Gene? Huh? I mean, yeah, I'm an American. Canadian bacon is ham. Changed my mind. Well, you see, BDK, you're right. You're absolutely right. Everyone I know believes that to be the case as well. Ooh, twinkling. How much do we have of this? We need 9 in total for max upgrades. Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as Canada. A very idea. How absurd. Excuse me. All the boys up in here. You're supposed to be asleep. It's obviously all Alaska. Yeah, you're welcome for Alaska. I'm not sure actually if we actually gave you Alaska. I'm not sure how that works. What's the history behind Alaska? Mm. Oh. Oh. Hey. That reminds me of the conspiracy theory that Finland doesn't exist. I heard that conspiracy theory. What the heck's that about? His accent. Mufuki's accent is proof of Canada? I thought it was Australia that didn't exist. That's where we sent all the British Empire prisoners or something. Like Australia was like a euphemism for prison. I think I first realized when I heard you say about. I just don't like to assume though. Well, what they say about assuming. You shouldn't. Well, unless you're assuming the best. Effigy. What's in this chest? Okay, that's good. That's good stuff. 5 now. Yeah, I don't hear it. Everyone, like, that's the running joke. It's a boot. What do you say, a boot? Mefuki, you're saying the boot all the time. I'd say about. I don't know how else to say it. About. I guess when I get going and I start to like talk quickly, maybe I do like I slur my speech, which is not uncommon for me to do that. I also have a bit of a stutter at times, but hopefully I've been working on it and it's not too noticeable.
Until hope has fully
Ow, not ow, not oh. About ow, not oh, out. Ooh. I've had up to here with your rules. Actually pronounced Mafauki, since he's the only one we've heard say it. No, it's Japan. It's Japan language. poof. And poof. Technically, it's actually meh Uki, with the emphasis on the meh, because it is in fact a Japan language. I get that there are some conspiracy theories that, sorry. There's some conspiracy theories that, yeah, I don't believe them, but I get them. But then there's stuff like Australia doesn't exist, which just makes no sense. Yeah. Who cares about anything enough to invent an entire continent and convince the rest of the world that it's real? Japanese translated through Canadian. I had Japanese teachers, like people who were like from Japan as my teachers. So, I mean, it's,
There
I
until
don't necessarily say to that. I say meh, meh. Yeah, I'm angry. Meh. Yeah, some runs like some of them are like obviously like pretty silly to be convinced of that they're real, but like I think there's a difference between conspiracy theories that are like, okay, Earth is flat, really? Like you can demonstrably see that it's not, you know? All it requires is looking at the horizon and like being, you know? Were they teaching in a Canadian school? It was something I did once I got out of high school. It's something I did on my own, like on my own. It was like a private Japanese school. I went for a couple of years. They really only have French teaching in Canadian public school and stuff. But yeah, some runs, you know, there's a difference between conspiracy theories and things that are weird. So, for example, I believe that we landed on the moon, right? I believe that actually happened. But I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to be like, so you went to the moon and you didn't, you threw away all of the means by which you can do it again, and you don't have any more records outside of the video that you recorded on the moon, and you also don't have, like, you have no way to get back there. And, you know, I'm not saying that it's a conspiracy theory. I'm just saying it's not a conspiracy theory to say, huh, that's weird. Like, just to say that much. Like, that probably should not have happened like that. Ouch. I'm gonna die right here. And trials are hard. They seem like pretty hard to me. Oh, damage is not worth. So there's the argument that some of the footage was done from home, even though we did go. Yeah. I'm all about the aliens, though. Are you now? Fromage, the boss. Omelette au fromage. Gonna make a full English breakfast and a toad in the hole. Oh, good show, old chap. It does seem you are quite British. Perhaps you have a spot of tea with your full English breakfast. Aliens. I don't know about aliens. My personal take on it is that I think that people definitely have had experiences, like alien experiences. My take on it, though, is that they're more spiritual in origin than physical. Any sort of science that I've looked at, that's a good idea, yeah. Yeah, I'm full of them. You know, any science that I've read suggests that it's, like, physically impossible to travel the speed of light without, you know, destroying yourself. Like, for example, if a physical ship could travel the speed of light, even like a speck of space dust hitting the hull at the speed of light would just tear a hole in the ship and blow it up, right? French Canadian's favorite word, désolé, or indépendance. There's a reason to lie about going to the moon, and it only requires the cooperation of a few government groups. It makes sense. There's literally no reason to invent Australia, and it takes the cooperation of way too many groups. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's that one, it's the flat Earth thing, you know. It's just like it's demonstrably, you can demonstrably prove that it's not the case, right? There you go. There you go. Oh! Oh, all night! Oops. I'll use a life gem there. Nope. You speak French? Nope. Not a word, I'm afraid. Incroyable, no? You don't want us to realize that Australia is the moon. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-dum. I'm from Australia. Here I come with my boomerang. Bum ba-da-da-dun. Dun 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 dun. The lower gravities because it's lower on the planet. Mafuki mind blow. There it is. Thank you. I can't. My favorite phrase. Et que je peux. Et que je peux aller au toilette? I'm sure by lower on the planet, you mean further from the middle. My favorite phrase as a non-French speaker is Je suis le monde. Am I saying bad words? You guys wouldn't trick me, right? Ouch. Why are you butchering French? I'm trying to react. I'm trying to speak the language. I don't understand. Open the door. Open the door. Now I gotcha, man. That's my problem with the French language as well, Gene. Is like, can I go to the restroom? I am the world. I am the world. It sounds like a lyric to a J-pop song. If you swear a curse and nobody's around to understand it or to be offended, or did you really swear? Depends on what you mean by swear. That's a whole other sort of theological discussion we could be having, because, you know, for a long period in history of humanity, when you actually swore a curse, you were actually trying to invoke the spirits to do things for you. So even if no one was around, the point wasn't for them; it was for the spirits to listen to you and to aid you in disrupting someone else's life. Yeah, Gene. And silence is violence, so... Silence is violence, yeah. Everything is violence. If everything is violence, nothing is violence. Oop. Hey, Schmidt. Get over here. Oh! 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 Look out! Up! Up! Oh, get him! Ouch! Oh boy! You're getting yourself in more trouble! What are you doing? Think about what you're doing, Schmidt. No, don't kill him. I'm trying to use him to get to the doorway. Schmidt, stop it. Fight these bros. Okay. Actually, my magic defense is really good, so that's good. Schmidt! No! I have no magic left! Let's run back! No! Okay. What's happening? Oh yeah, Gene. R and L are the same sound in Korean. Same thing in Japanese too. If you say something offensive and nobody understands it, is it still offensive? Depends on what you, I guess, what you say, but also you don't want to make a habit out of saying things that are offensive, because, you know, not edifying even for your own self-edification. Korean. There is an R in Korea, actually. Oh my goodness. This is good. You guys are a blast. This is so much fun. Covering the steel secrets in the stream while moving panics. See ya, British. Take care, British. If you are saying goodbye. Okay, it was nice hanging out with you, man. Hope to see you again. Well, it's romanized as either an R or an L. Yeah. All right. Now that I'm in a safe place. Let's use one of these. Yeah. I'll give us some cast back. Actually, quite a lot of cast back. Like that. Any other takers? On you guys. Yeah, double kill. Yeah, nice. Twinkling. The sun rose for British while he was in chat, and I'm repping the West Coast. Did the sun ever set on Mafugi's stream? Sun never sets where I am. Incandescence is mine to acquire. Let us go and pursue upgraded material things. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, this is English only stream. I can't, someone banned Jin. He's probably saying something really rude. Upgrade that. We need 3 more for max upgrades on Magic Staff of Wisdom.
I'll be around if you...
Let's go to Romanized as. Oh boy, I'm really bad with Korean, like, pronunciations. I don't know how to do like the Korean accent. Hangukeo. No, that was a little trickaroo there. The is the equivalent or RL. crystal soul mass is in amongst these guys. I'm not gonna need it for this run, so we're gonna avoid it. Snake, it's a snake. Oh, snake. Up. Up. Oh, I'm gonna get shot in the back here. I'm gonna get shot in the back of Reno. Here it comes. Alright. Even a song. Sidewalk or pavement? Sidewalk. R is for Snake, who slithers around now. Interesting. I actually forgot that was a grab attack. I haven't been hit by that attack in a very long time. Hey, pavement. Who says pavement? What part are you referring to? Because when I say sidewalk, I'm referring to the part that is Ooga. What's up, man? Welcome to ZomboCon. You guys know what I'm referencing when I say ZomboCon? Like, is that too old a meme for you guys? So confused. I Google Translate saying this, but not, you know, explain. And the S sound as a get out of here! I'm trying to read things. An S sound is a T, which at the bottom, but if there's a circle in the next letter, it's still an S sound. Whales. Oh my goodness, dude! I haven't noticed about the ZomboCon reference. You're the only person I know who gets that reference. Welcome to ZomboCon. Anything is possible here at ZomboCon. Rafe, hey bro. I'm assuming you're talking to me, Rafe. Hey bro, will you be able to spare 10 minutes to talk to me sometime? Sure. Are you gonna be available after the stream? You could do anything with ZomboCon. Yeah, sure. We can talk for a bit. We can just yeah, on Discord after I'm done here. It's still listed. It's been paid for the yeah. It's still listed. It's still a website you can actually go to. Hang out in front of him, wait for the thing. It was okay on Focus Souls, it's not great. He rolls back, slam jam, hit him in the face and he won't slam. My controller disconnected, and I hope it comes back. There it goes. There's one you don't see too often, where he jumps into your face. And maybe we want to step outside and run this race. Internet standards now essentially breaks ZomboCom. Why are you behaving like this? That's really strange. Oh boy. This is the closest we get to a siren in this game. Yep, that's what it is. You hear like a song being sung throughout the whole area, and then you come in here and it turns out it's the demon of song who's like luring people to their death. So yeah. You know, for fun. Just wrong on all counts. There's some pretty creative designs for monsters in these games. Boop. It's like Dark Souls version of Kermit.
Kermit me frog here. Let me eat your soul.
Give me that thing. No Dark Soul. Ah! Because he sings. Wait, Kermit. Because he sings. The only other clip I would have wanted for DS1 is Jin getting hit with the Manus for It combo. Yep. That's the one that gets people. It's meant to be meant to get you. Where's the DS2 mod that gives the Demon Song a cup of tea? Absolutely fantastic cup of tea, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps today will be the day you'll be soothed by a delicious cup of tea from DS2 mods. Excuse? Yeah, thought you were so slick with that, didn't you? Well, now it's gone. And look at that. Look at that. They don't have meme souls 2 already. I'm shocked. They have Happy Souls. Happy Souls is where I got the my sub alert. My sub alert. It's like the boss weapons. That's from Dark Souls, from Happy Souls. Because everyone who plays Dark Souls loves boss weapons. So that's the whole thing. Where we have to play through the game, and it's like, hey, who are you? Well, I don't have anything with me, but if you come to my house, I've got boss weapons! Oh, you just say boss weapons? Boss weapons! Where's your house? Right down the road. Right down the road? Yep, can't miss it. Right down the... See ya! I would have got hit by that outside ring AoE attack. Slam jam. Slam it. Stand right here. Make her stand. Her, there you go. Eyeball skull. Get out of there. I mean, we're doing good damage. We're doing really good damage. So, not complaining about that. Boop. Point. And yes, you can cancel out of emotes in this game. Boop. What does that face remind you of? That face remind me of? Quick, someone say something clever. Hey. Get out of there. Ugh, I knew you were gonna do that. Nice. Is this penetrate shields? No. Nah. Oh, you're funny. You're funny. Kappa. Think you get your shield out of here. Oh, I try. That's all I can ask of you, Gene. Is that you try. You give your old college try. They won't all be gems. When I say random things that come to my mind, you know, obviously I have a filter, but I generally just try to say what comes to my mind. It's not always funny, but you know, if you don't shoot for the stars, you're not gonna land on the moon. Or what, the other way around, however it says, however it goes. Here comes another jump scare. Jin, brace yourself. Oh! Controller. Controller. It's not spiders. Move the stars. Mash through this. If this were a new playthrough, I wouldn't be mashing through anything. I would be letting the people speak, but I've seen this like a dozen times already. Through the stars, land in the clouds, I believe. Yes, as long as it's not spiders, yes, engine would go. I don't know why there's an invisible man there, but there is. So, kill him for his loot. I have no idea. What's the lore behind the invisible guy? I'm not sure. It's there somewhere. All right. Pretty well here. Had a number of tough spots there. There, seek, nest. We're at 80 intelligence. 80 intelligence. Okay, so I think we're gonna end it here. Next time we're gonna do Avendric. I probably maybe do some grinding off screen / you maybe use Cheat Engine to get some stuff for the build that I would otherwise just have to grind for. Let us begin the raid, and we all know who we're gonna raid tonight, of all people, right? Come on now, give me people I can raid. Yeah, there he is. I mean, doesn't happen too often we get it, but we get a 24-hour stream going. Let's show some love to Pastor Dustin. We got 50 people on raiding him in his channel right now. Let's give him a raid, give him some love. Spam the Mafuki Mind Bloods if you got them. Thank you all for joining me. It was really fun, guys. Thank you for hanging out. It's been fun growing the community and being a part of the community. Thank you, guys. Lord willing, I'll be back tomorrow with my study stream. We'll talk about all the goings on this past week and bring your own topics, and we'll just kind of see where it goes. And we're gonna try to get through the Mission of God as well, the book reading. All right, everyone. I'll see you over there. Take care.